The knife in the boy's hands is a gift from his father. The blade shines like a tiny star. This moment will be the beginning of a great story. By the age of 10, his movements were as precise as clockwork. The sculptor father patiently taught him how to use the blade as if it were a magical tool. Hands worked a miracle. Imagination was raging, and wood was carved like clay. It was his best work in years. Father was lying on the bed, barely breathing. His eyes were full of pleading, and his words trembled like the last candle in the wind. A withered hand slowly rose, pointing at the soul air. There was love in the gesture, deep and indescribable. His father's voice was hoarse, but full of iron determination. A warning of a world full of shadows and dangers hung in the air. He advised to trust only proven people, and to keep your heart under lock and key. It was the last piece of wisdom, like the instructions of a traveler before a long journey. The epidemic brutally mowed down everyone. Chun died 4 days ago. Only the 2 of them remained on the mountain, the last survivors. The boy was silent, not wanting to add pain to his father, when every breath sounded like a farewell bell. Father's smile through pain expressed everything. Faith. Hope. Love. He saw in his son strength, wisdom, and desire to live on. A tear rolled down his cheek and landed on the wooden sculpture. It seemed that the soul itself was crying with him, sharing the pain of loss. Father's smile was sincere and warm, like a sunbeam that illuminated the whole world around. Memories of her warmed the heart. He always wanted to be happy so that his father, even from heaven, could be proud and happy for him. But emptiness settled in his heart forever. No amount of memories or skillful carving could fill that gap. The gaze stopped at the carved image of the father. Loneliness did not befit even wooden sculptures. Everyone needs company. Father's grave was next to mother's. Even after death, they remained together, sharing eternal peace. His hands moved quickly and relentlessly, like a conductor in front of an orchestra. A new masterpiece was being born under his fingers. Memories of my mother were fleeting, like glimpses of dreams. She passed away when he was only 5 years old. He imagined her beauty, filling in the gaps with fantasies. The image of his mother lived in his heart, perfect and gentle. He stretched, his back crunched. A big task lay ahead, to create the best work of his life. A voice came from behind. The guy turned sharply. Did another unexpected guest decide to spoil the day? In front of him stood the favorite master, a thundering mixture of boredom and miser. The old man's gaze fell on the statues near the graves. His father's warnings about mistrust rang loudly in his head like a drumbeat. The master seemed as suspicious as a puddle after rain. But upbringing demanded an answer. No uncertain gestures or musings, only calmness and firmness. The boy proudly folded his hands, raised his chin, and made it clear who was the master of the cutter here. The work clearly affected the old man. His eyes sparkled like a cat's when it saw a bowl of sour cream. The master froze, as if he had forgotten all his business. There was something about these statues that resonated with the old soul. He studied each stroke in silence, scratching his chin as if trying to solve the world's greatest mystery. The boy already wanted to joke about the sculpture on the grave in advance, but decided to refrain. The situation was too strange. The old man's unexpected proposal smacked of something more. Adventure, or perhaps trouble. Questions pulsated in the boy's head. The unknown looked like a trap for the naive who trust the first person they meet. The old man promised to teach the greatest martial art, as if holding out a ticket to the world of legends and ancient secrets. But naivety was not for him. Jump into a hole of trust without guarantees? It sounded like a bad idea. The old man stopped talking. Words are over. Time for action. The look was filled with determination. He raised his hand to the forest like a sorcerer preparing for a powerful ritual. A sudden beam of power tore through the air, slicing through the forest like a buttercream knife. Everything in his path disappeared without a trace. Trees fell like dominoes. The impact penetrated the forest several kilometers ahead. Is that the same, grumbling grandfather? It turns out that a master of martial arts does not always look like a hero from legends. The spectacle was impressive, like the finale of a Hollywood blockbuster. It was impossible not to admire. He swallowed. It looked incredible. And there was nothing to lose. After weighing all the pros and cons, the boy agreed. One decision. And fate changed direction dramatically, changing his path forever. He felt that this old man would easily trample his naive dreams like grapes under his feet during the harvest. And as a bonus, it will crush all hopes for a bright future. Like someone putting out the last embers in a campfire. They reached a place hidden among the mountains. Here, even time seemed to have forgotten its existence. Their route looped high and relentless, like a swallow looking for its way home. But when they arrived, the area resembled a landfill. Heaps of junk smiled with rusty fragments. The boy wondered why such a great master chose this hole for his life, although the show of strength in the forest remained unforgettable. Legends have always described masters as hermits. A minimum of comfort, meditation, and solitude are classics of the genre. The students always ended up in some dead ends of the mountains. But if this is the path to knowledge, then it was worth enduring. He promised himself to obey the old man, but only as long as it was profitable. A new day has come. The first lesson was about rice. The master emphasized that in each grain there are nutrients that are easy to spoil. He explained how calmness, concentration, and precision control the power in the fingers, as if a sorcerer were revealing the secrets of a potion. You can wash rice only 3 times. Excess water will only bring trouble. The master emphasized this with sly irony. Hermeticity of the cauldron is the main secret of perfect rice. Without a tightly closed lid, the output will be only a sticky smear. On mountaintops, you need to put a stone on the lid for additional strength. In these details, the master was a true poet. The next day, the theme changed. Every plant, animal, and food had its own essence. A special approach to everything was required. Vegetables, meat, or tofu were cooked quickly. A little oil, flame, and the magic of taste combined all the aromas into a single harmony. The main thing in the soup was balance. The ingredients had to saturate the broth, but not fall apart. Patience and attention are faithful assistants. The most important ingredient is the chef's heart. Love for the cause attracted luck from all over the universe. Everything was wise and deep, but the disappointment did not let go. One gets the impression that the path leads to a chef's apron, not to martial arts. The master reminded about the importance of seeing the essence of things. Trees are only details, and the main thing is always hidden deeper. Thunderblade required lightning agility, heightened senses and determination as hard as steel. The master muttered about the connection between cooking and fighting techniques. The guy nodded, but the thoughts in his head were confused. Isn't this another cunning invention? Now, looking back, it seemed that running away would have been a better decision. But this train has already left. The master did not complain about the ceremony. For every mistake, the educational slap quickly put everything in its place. A month later, the food already resembled masterpieces. Well, at least it was edible, which is already a victory. The boy grumbled that cooking had become his main job. Indignation raged in him like an old, disgruntled cat. He tried to explain to the master that the real movement is martial exercises, not running around in the kitchen. Arguments were useless. That day, the old man showed his true nature. The look became icy and unwavering. The jokes are over. One punch said more than 1,000 words. Strength and speed quelled doubts more effectively than a cold shower. This insight changed him forever. True strength was a balance between toughness and self-control. They were standing in front of a mountain of firewood. The master smiled and the boy sighed, waiting for another brilliant idea from his teacher. Cheeks still hurt after yesterday's lessons. Unsatisfied thoughts about the old man and his methods swarmed in his head. The problem was obvious. The axe was not visible, and the question had to be asked in such a way as to avoid another educational slap. The boy cautiously inquired whether he needed an axe for chopping firewood, trying not to get caught in the next mess. Hearing that the axe would not be needed, he assumed a combat stance. It seems that now we will have to chop wood with our fists, as we did yesterday on his head. The master grunted something displeased and ordered to keep quiet and watch carefully. The menacing tone left no room for doubt. The knife flew into the air, twirling like an acrobat in an arena performance. The blade made several revolutions, and the master calmly caught it with perfect precision. The boy's imagination burst into applause, but he hid his delight. The look fell on the knife, cheap, rusty, like old iron from the dump. He barely restrained himself from a scathing comment and simply closed his mouth in silence. The master placed the log on the stump, winked, and made a significant gesture. The show was just beginning. He ran the knife smoothly and gracefully across the wood, like an artist putting the finishing touches on a masterpiece. With one sharp movement, the blade split the log in half, crack, and the tree flew into 2 parts. It looked like magic. Although after the destruction of half of the forest, the magic tricks were not so surprising anymore, but they were still impressive. The master retreated back with a sly smile, like a fox devising another trap. The task sounded simple: speed and correct movement of the wrist, as if it was about cutting an onion, not splitting a tree. The boy approached the log, took a deep breath, and set himself up for success. Self-respect was worth such sacrifices. He He tried to swipe the knife as fast and precise as lightning cutting through the night sky. The blade left only a faint scratch. It seems that this was not a cut, but a parody of it. Reality painfully reminded itself. A simple trick from fairy tales actually required much more skill. The master scratched his chin and gave a new instruction. Another round of the boy's battle with the unyielding deck was about to begin. The boy swung, using all the strength of his shoulder. When the arc didn't work, he decided to just cut the crap out of it. The blade struck, the pad jumped up, did a spectacular somersault, and flopped down next to it, intact and unharmed. The master calmly explained that the main thing is not strength, but speed. All the power had to be in the wrist, not in the shoulders. It seemed an impossible task, as if for superheroes. The boy grumbled, suspecting a ruse, but the old man somehow did it. Suspicion grew stronger, and it was necessary to express it as carefully as possible to avoid educational methods. The boy remembered his 10 years and thought that this task was still too much for a child. We need something simpler. The master pondered. The power and wisdom in his head started a short meeting. Maybe the guy really was right. He ordered to wait and disappeared into his workshop, thinking of something new. From inside came sounds of banging, humming, and rattling, as if a battle of old teapots had been staged there. The boy listened, preparing for any surprise. Finally, the old man came out and held out a blunt axe. The boy's eyes widened in shock. That's what had been hiding all this time. The axe in the master's hand caused a storm of indignation. All the pains with the knife turned out to be useless, and the boy's head was already making up colorful epithets for this cunning old man. Keeping all resentment to himself, he silently accepted the axe, trying to preserve the remains of his dignity. He held out his hand to demonstrate his own strength. The plan was simple, to show who is the real master here. But as soon as the fingers tightened the handle, the axe, as if under a spell, pulled it down and stuck into the ground with a thud. The boy fell to the ground, sprawled out like a frog. The weight was unbearable. The hands were ready to fall off. Pain shot through his shoulders like needles. Is this a punishment for all the mentally spoken insults? Seems like a fair calculation. The master shrugged nonchalantly, thinking that 92 pounds was a small amount. A real feather for the champion. The boy's brain buzzed with calculations. 92 pounds is 41 kilograms, or 42 million milligrams. How can you deal with this? An inner voice panicked. Does a frail boy have to pull a 42 million milligram iron sledgehammer? The master brushed off his complaints, saying that the key to everything was effort and determination. After all, they will raise both mountains and axes. In addition, the old man joked that dirt is a great opportunity to learn how to wash. Washing and chopping firewood at the same time is a real combo for a champion. It was another genius decision of the master. Without giving time for discussion, he pointed with his hand and moved forward. In a few minutes they were at the waterfall. The sun's rays played in the splashes of water, creating a spectacle that mesmerized with its beauty, like a scene from a fairy tale. The master winked and pointed to the waterfall. It was here that the student's new laundry career was to begin. The problem was obvious. It was half an hour to walk to the shack. In summer, the sun burned mercilessly. In winter, the water was colder than the icy heart of the former. Besides, the smelly underwear was waiting for him, like an enemy ready for a duel. Washing winter clothes in cold water seemed like real torture, and the boy grumbled under his breath. A look at the master's stained robe made him hold back a question about the old man's last wash. Some answers are better not known. The master nodded, checking his readiness for the test. With a forced smile, the boy assured that everything was fine. An obedient student must wash the teacher's belongings, even if they look like antiques. These words warmed the old man better than a cup of hot tea. The student's respect acted on him like a balm for the soul. The master handed him a wooden stick for washing. The help looked suspicious. The boy reached out his hand, but his heart was already beating anxiously. Intuition suggested, something is not clean here. The fingers were a millimeter away from the stick when déjà vu flashed through his mind. Something was very familiar, and suddenly, bang! He was face down again. The stick stuck nearby. Is this hatchet number 2? Pain shot through his shoulders again. How could a washing stick weigh as much as a whole forest? The master, winking, grunted contemptuously that the word difficult was invented by weaklings. Only 65 pounds is a small thing for him. But the stick, which pierced the ground after falling, hinted at a different composition. Was it not made of uranium at times? The guy quickly counted 30 million milligrams. After the failure with the axe, the task looked even more hopeless. How to wash clothes with such a weight? The master warned that the clothes should not turn into rags. A stick of 30 kilograms required gentleness, not rough blows. The solution was strength combined with tenderness will develop shoulders and wrists. It was a secret technique of the Thunder Flash Sword School. A whole bird bazaar was going on in the boy's head. What else is tenderness? What was it all about? The master smiled, waiting for an understanding. The boy blinked his eyes as if trying to disperse a flock of pigeons in his head. Anger boiled over. No explanation about tenderness was given, and the task was already hanging over him like a cloud. The old man was already disappearing on the horizon, leaving instructions to finish before dawn as he went. Firewood and dinner, of course, were also on the list. The boy grumbled under his breath as he watched the master slowly dissolve into the distance. The instructions are so-so, but the requirements are cosmic. Suddenly the wind rose, tilting the tops of the trees. Something strange hovered in the air. An echo of the master's voice echoed from a distance, reminding of an additional lesson in case of failure. The cold penetrated to the bones. Another lesson? No, he definitely won't stand this terror. The sun was already going down. Meanwhile, the master was enjoying his rest, sipping something delicious. Seeing how the boy dragged the stick along the ground, the old man's heart beat anxiously. He mentally screamed that he needed to stop before the stick turned into a pile of wood chips. But the problem was not only in the stick. A huge bowl was balanced on the boy's head, and his arms and legs were shaking from pain. The stick was tied to his back, and the boy, gathering the last of his strength, pulled it all like a donkey harnessed to a fair. The weight became unbearable. His legs buckled, his arms gave way, and he crumpled to the ground like a sack of potatoes. The master came up, looked him up and down, and dryly commented, calling the boy a crybaby. Raising the stick, the old man added that it was not heavy at all, and there was nothing to pretend to be a victim. The question about laundry rang out like a test shot. The boy snorted into the ground, reminiscent of a shipwreck, while the master had already reminded of dinner and uncut firewood. But when the old man saw the condition of the laundry, his face turned red, as if he was about to explode. Meanwhile, the boy, trembling, rose to his knees and crawled away. The plan was simple: to escape anywhere, just to get away. A sharp jerk at the collar snapped him back into place. The master lifted him into the air like a kitten. A menacing voice demanded an explanation. The laundry turned into a pile of rags, and the old man could not believe it. He was seething with rage, demanding clear explanations. A storm seemed to be raging within him. The boy's face turned blue, like after accidentally swallowing an ice cream stick. Pain pierced the whole body. To endure was the only option, so as not to pass out from exhaustion. He tried to straighten the underwear as much as possible. The result was, well, within his modest capabilities. In short, the clothes turned into pieces of rags, without any hint of salvation. That damn stick was to blame. Its weight was overwhelming, and there were no instructions on how to use it at all. The boy finished his explanation. The master narrowed his eyes and asked if it was all his fault. The atmosphere thickened menacingly. The old man's gaze was burning, so it was safer to look at his dirty boots than to meet that gaze. He innocently offered to blame it all on the stick, grinning like a loser in a card game. The master snorted and laughed a low, sinister laugh. That laughter contained a whole encyclopedia of possible punishments. The master's cold words about the need for new lessons burned harder than an icy shower. Everything went dark in the boy's head. Did the old man come up with something even worse than the previous tests? The second lesson clearly promised pain, because the master's fists always acted faster than his instructions. From that moment on, it became pointless to argue. It's all training. It's martial arts, right? The boy tried to convince himself of this. At night, a new fun exercise was waiting for him. Fine motor skills training. The joy was simply over the top. He sat by the candle with a needle and thread, trying to sew quickly, use clamps and hem the edges without getting confused. The master grumbled that sewing is not only patching clothes, but also training fingers and attention. The boy sighed, dreaming of fighting techniques, not cut and sew. With a heavy heart, he took the needle and cloth. A rhythm sounded in my head. Fast and neat, fast and neat. The first attempt failed miserably. The needle slipped out and stuck painfully in the finger. The puncture was not symbolic, but very real. He cried out as he contemplated the tiny drop of blood. At dawn, the fun continued. Leg training with 2 buckets on the shoulders and a third one tied to the head. Why not? The master smiled, ordering to run quickly and not to spill the water, as if it was the easiest task in the world. The boy was running, balancing like a tightrope walker. The water was splashing, but he held on. Just don't fall face down into the ground. Again. The night brought exercises for fine motor skills. So, until dawn, rest for executioners and punishment for the living. In the morning, arm training, warming up with a mop, buckets, and an endless stream of household chores. At noon, it's time for basic reaction and agility training, catch, dodge, and don't fall. Easier said than done. In the evening, development of strength and technique. Muscles were burning, teeth were grinding. All prayers were addressed to endurance, but the trouble did not recede. The freshly washed clothes again flew to pieces. The cycle of suffering continued. Dinner turned into another agility drill, and my stomach protested against the show. Instead of rest, cutting firewood. Axe in hand, and at least this time he couldn't handle himself. The blade cut the log in half. A small success that seemed like a victory on a global scale. The training was over, but the boy already knew. Tomorrow, everything would start all over again. The night brought again needle, thread, and half-closed eyes. Sun competed with sewing for the first place. Dawn, buckets, and running. Who lives this kind of life anyway? Balancing the water on his head gave no answers. The cycle of pain continued at night. Training seemed like an endless merry-go-round of suffering. The days merged into one big ball. The body turned into a wrung-out rag for the floor. The boy was lying on the ground without moving. The master came up and casually made a remark about the difficulty of training. With a smile, he promised to teach 2 techniques that should make life easier for the student. The first technique was the internal circulation of lightning spirit, which was based on breathing and energy accumulation. The second is the interweaving of the soul to strengthen the mind. The master's question about the origin of thunder and lightning sounded mysterious. He explained that yin and yang collide everywhere. In mountains, valleys, rivers. Accumulated energy creates storm clouds. When rising yin and falling yang meet, an explosion of energy creates lightning that cuts through the sky. The technique of internal circulation worked in the same way. The body became a receiver and transmitter of energy. The energy had to pass through the whole body, from Danyan to the tips of the hair and nails. Attention was focused on breathing. Each breath absorbed the energy of heaven and earth, accumulated it, and then dissipated it in bursts of power. A person should feel and perceive the world with his whole body, but few understood this. A poisonous mist once destroyed many. People reflexively covered their mouths and noses, forgetting about proper breathing. Those who did not possess martial arts died because the body still inhaled the poison. Energy control has become a matter of survival. The technique made it possible to control not only the body, but also the energy of nature. The mountains would support the effort, and the power of lightning obeyed the will. The master carefully looked at the student, waiting for an understanding of the principles of the technique. The boy sat in a meditative position, concentrating on breathing, as the old man had taught him. Thoughts of cheating raced through his mind, but instead of challenging the authorities, he simply asked how to learn these techniques. The master sighed, explaining that it all came down to breathing, building up energy, and bursting with power. It sounded so simple, and at the same time completely incomprehensible. Then there were words about the celestial cauldron, the side spring, the jade rotator, and the opening of the Du-Mai and Gen-Mai meridians. Confusion had already appeared in the boy's mind. 12 permanent meridians, 8 additional bursts of power and ruptures. It looked as if the old man was reading the manual for a magical device. The master warned that he would explain only once. If you forget, you will receive a lesson with fists. The predatory look left no room for doubt. The guy offered to write everything down, hoping for some logic. The answer was a tap on the head with a tube and an order to commit everything to memory. He tried to convince himself that the cultivation technique would make his brain an ultra-megagenian processor. The master snorted. A genius does not confuse cultivation with the mind-strengthening technique. The first is energy control, the second is heart and head control. The Soulweaving technique taught how to connect the mind into a strong thread for effective learning and a deeper understanding of wisdom. This thread remained clean and strong, like a transparent lake. The secret was to have a calm mind in all circumstances. Concentration was necessary to master the school's martial arts. For a beginner, it became a matter of survival. The guy asked again how to learn it, hoping for a simple algorithm. There were no simple methods here. Only diet, training, and special techniques could lead to results. Practical classes have become an integral part of training. This is how generations of school children studied. The boy gulped for air as he felt the foreboding unfold in full force. It looked like the end was waiting for him, or something very close to it. The first practical session in the fresh air promised to be interesting, although interesting clearly had its own connotation here. The master claimed that the greatest attention appears when a moment of distraction can cost a life. While picking mushrooms, the boy pondered these words. Why does everything at this school always come down to survival? The master emphasized that their school is based on this principle during classes in nature. The forest air was fresh, but the feeling of a new fun adventure only caused a heavy sigh. Every day for 2 hours, it was necessary to climb the Crimson Peak and collect mushrooms, berries, and herbs. A real forest quest. Suddenly something rustled in the bushes. My heart almost jumped out of my chest at this sound. The master promised that the boy would learn not only to see and hear, but also to understand mountains. It seems that the mountains understood humor in their own way. This time, the forest friend turned out to be a snake. The body tensed, and the boy darted to the side faster than a rocket. The master called it Friends of the Forest. Even those friends. It seems that the old man really intended to kill him. It was interesting. Why was the mountain called Crimson Peak? The master explained that the leaves turned purple from the blood of those who disturbed the forest friends. Now it is always quiet and calm here. The boy suspected a trap in every word. Suddenly, the next friend materialized on the road, this time a huge bear. Without wasting time to think, the boy jerked as if a volcano had erupted behind him. Salvation seemed illusory. I would like to believe that the old man will take care somewhere. At least this time. The dagger flew into the air and struck the bear, piercing it through. The boy was on the verge of losing consciousness from fear, until he realized that it was the master who saved him. Calmly approaching, the old man grabbed the bear by the paw and pulled it as if pulling a fluffy blanket. Practical classes also included dieting. The trophy was ready to be cooked. A giant bear skin lay in the yard. The souvenir turned out to be a little creepy. The master happily announced dinner. Bear meat soup, rubbing his hands together in satisfaction. But the contents of the pot raised doubts. Calling it soup was difficult. Bear meat bubbled in the cauldron, and the boy could not understand why the old man did not notice his disgust. He decided to swallow his disgust with the bear food. But there was something else that was more annoying. Why were their dishes so different? The master tasted luxurious meals, and the student got a healthy menu. The old man casually explained that effective training requires lightness of body and mind. The master, smiling, promised to take on harmful and fatty food. Generosity was over the top. The student was left with everything useful and devoid of taste. A suspicious concern flashed in his eyes. The master smugly stated his care as he brought a mouth-watering piece of meat to his mouth. The boy's patience broke. He overturned the table and exploded. Enough of this farce. The old man's greed could no longer be tolerated. The boy understood very well that overturning a table is too risky for a 10-year-old. I wanted to live more than to rebel. All heroic fantasies remained in the imagination. In fact, fear paralyzed him. While the master calmly milked the entire dinner, a question flashed through his mind. Did the master chew it all? Or did the food just evaporate in front of his nose? The old man's answer was predictable. A quick meal so that the student would not be tormented by unnecessary observations. Training was waiting for its time. The boy was ordered to eat quickly and clean up after himself. Whoever got up last from the table washed the dishes. He sighed with bitter clarity. No matter what, he would still have to wash. It's time for the third practical lesson. Memorization exercises. The boy naively hoped that this time he would do without pain. The master led him to an ancient doll, which, according to legends, had trained more than one generation of students. The doll should have been shown respect by calling it elder. But her appearance was creepy, like a character from a horror movie. The dirty fabric in the doll's face gave me goosebumps. Restful sleep after such an activity seemed impossible. The master explained that it was an anatomical doll for studying chi points. The realism of her appearance had an educational purpose. After this information, the creepy sight didn't seem so scary anymore. Let her hang herself so as not to cause new problems. The first step was to study the 12 permanent and 8 additional meridians. The doll became a visual aid. A needle flashed in the master's hand. He was ready to show 12 main points, each of which required memorization. The master's voice sounded suspiciously benevolent. Forgetting the lesson was now asking for trouble. The boy could barely contain his joy. Finally, real martial arts lessons. It's definitely better than washing dishes and chopping wood. He confidently announced that 12 meridians was a trifle for a brilliant, handsome, and talented student. The master smiled and whispered mysteriously about gifts for mistakes. The boy swallowed a ball of fear. Self-confidence began to crack at the seams. The old man with a needle in his hand monotonously explained the meridians. The words fell like hail, and the boy's head was already beginning to throb. Lungs, colon, stomach, spleen, heart. The flow of terms seemed endless. The boy's consciousness began to get confused. The 3 hand meridians are yin from the chest to the fingers. 3 yang from the fingers to the head, 3 yang for the feet from the head down. Everything circulates in a circle. Some strange cycle. My head buzzed as if a swarm of bees had settled there. It seems that these terms should have been taught before birth. The master reminded of a self-proclaimed genius, ordering to concentrate. His smile was as cold as a knife blade. Enough rest. Time to practice. The old man pointed to the kitchen, forcing him to repeat everything from the beginning. The explanation ended with a warning. For every mistake, there will be a slap on the head. An additional stimulus for memorization. Panic rolled in waves. He understood almost nothing from this monologue. The boy tried to calm himself down, recalling his early training in the 1,000 words and Confucian canons. Maybe now it will be possible to get out. Sighing deeply, he ran to the doll and tried to remember all the instructions of the master. Meridians should not let you down! The needle poked at the points of the doll with such care, as if he were a barber who was afraid to spoil the haircut. The master watched every movement, his eyes shining like a predator ready to pounce on its prey. The boy repeated the master's words and proudly concluded with the conclusion that they circulate in a circle. It sounded convincing, even to himself. The master froze, as if he had been suddenly disconnected from the network. It seems that the gift of speech has left the old man. After a short pause, he mumbled something about how the lessons weren't all that useless, as if he was confessing to a crime. Suspicion grew in the boy's eyes. Did the master finally recognize his genius? But the old man immediately added that it was simply funny to watch him swing his arms. Praise is again delayed. The master ruthlessly reminded that imitation of movement does not mean success. Hopes for recognition turned to dust. The new task sounded like another challenge. To show the meridian on one's own body. The boy poked his finger at the tendons on his left arm, hoping for luck. Here's your anatomy. The master grunted in displeasure that it was a little off. There are 11 points in the lung meridian alone. The old man came closer, and the boy shivered. The panicked thought of another slap was too realistic. But instead of punishment, the master calmly showed each point, the central palace, the cloud gate, the heavenly palace, and so on all the way to little metal. He methodically pointed out the points, carefully watching the reaction, like a teacher during a test. The boy stood as if nailed down with the words stuck somewhere in his throat. When he finally exhaled, something strange felt in his body. The pain in my back and shoulders suddenly disappeared, and the heavy lump in my chest melted away, as if born again. The relief was so unexpected that the boy could barely contain his surprise. The master nodded, confirming that these points were the true lung meridians. There was a wave of indignation. Why wasn't this shown 2 months ago? How much time was wasted? But the old man's face became serious. He asked if the student wanted the points to hurt or to sound. Resistance was futile. The boy gave up and muttered to teach as they saw fit. The verdict was signed. The master smiled and remembered the death and paralyzing points. One wrong click, and the student himself will go to the next world. Do you want to chat? Then you can press your silence points, the old man added with a wink. Hearing this, the boy immediately offered to return to the lesson. Knowledge is power. And self-preservation, he thought. But the master reminded about gifts for mistakes. He began to count. 309 points on each side of the body for a total of 6 to 18. You only got 43 points right. That's 86 in total. In the calculations, it reached 532 hits. The little one was already hiding behind the doll, as if behind a fortress. It's kind of scary. It's all part of the training, the master said, as if describing a trip to the park. He was going to clearly show the mistakes, but the boy, not waiting for a demonstration, rushed to run away. However, after a while, they found themselves near the doll again. You cannot escape from fate. The master patiently showed the points again. Remember, and don't catch a gaw. The little one tried to repeat the same movements, poking his finger at the doll as if at a suspicious enemy. The first mistake is a slap. The second mistake is another one. Looks like it's going to be a long evening, thought the boy. The evening was already creeping up. The little one sat with his legs crossed, his eyes closed. Meditation or escape from reality? He concentrated on the sound of falling autumn leaves, trying to calm down. Or just not snap. And the leaves were falling because it had already been 4 months. 4 months of pain, learning, and survival. In his stomach, the boy felt the warmth of energy moving like an invisible stream. The energy slowly rose up, reaching his chest, where he began to concentrate it with his hands. He carefully directed this flow, forming a ball of energy between his palms. Then he lowered it to his stomach again, repeating the process as part of internal circulation. Suddenly, the meditation was interrupted by the sharp voice of the master. Why are you getting cold? The master stood with a gloomy expression, reminding that it was already noon. When are you going to cook, chop wood, wash and clean? However, the boy has already done everything. The food was ready and steaming on the table. The firewood was not only chopped, but also perfectly lined up, like soldiers on review. Things hung on the rope, clean and dry, swaying in the wind. Even the yard shone with cleanliness. Every corner was clean to a shine. Having done all this, the boy was going to return to the training of internal circulation and soul weaving. I did a simple job and you're about to admit it, the master snorted. As if all I do is force you to work around the house. The boy looked at him skeptically. It seemed that this was exactly the case. However, the master continued, emphasizing that the boy still knew very little. If I teach you the skills of our school now, you won't understand anything. Scratching his beard, the old man thought about it and finally agreed to something special. Master decided that today's training would be special. He pointed with his finger at something standing off to the side. It was a stringed musical instrument, mysterious and mesmerizing. Wisdom of the Thunderstrike sword is like performing beautiful music, the master said. Playing Chin requires dexterity and keen sense. Especially playing on Gromovi Chin is not for everyone. In music, not only technique is important, there is something more. And this something will help you master the Sword of Thunder. Only by mastering the Thunder Chin can you become a swordsman. The boy looked at the instrument with a gleam in his eyes. Master always forbade him to even touch it. Thunder Chin was shrouded in mystery. His form is as graceful as moonlight. His music is capable of melting the heart. The boy would like to sing about the greatness of the master who stands between heaven and earth, about the cycle of life and death, about the path of a true warrior. He called it sound technique. But the master immediately took him by the head and corrected him. In our school, this is not called sound technique. The master explained that the Thunder Chin was a sacred instrument passed down from generation to generation. One day it will go to a boy. It's a great honor. The tool really looked amazing. There was something magical about it. Full of desire to hear its sound, the boy carefully touched one of the strings. At that moment, the master was turned away, but his ear picked up even the slightest touch. The sound of the string sounded softly but sharply. The master returned, but it was too late. Blood gushed from the boy's finger. The string cut through his skin like a blade. The master sighed sadly. He repeated it 100 times already. "Stop whining and be glad that at least your finger is intact," he said, rolling his eyes. "The strings are made of the same metal as the threads of lightning and thunderblade. They cut everything in a row. You can't just touch them, let alone play with them." The guy was confused again. And how to play it then, if the strings cut your fingers? He wondered, not keeping up with the old man's logic. The master smiled and replied, "You underestimate me." As a majestic and respected teacher, as he called himself, the master decided to personally demonstrate to his disobedient student how it is done. He sat down, placed Thunder Chin on his lap, and ordered the boy to listen carefully. The fact that the master once again called him stupid caused a storm of emotions in the little boy. He dreamed of growing up and proving who the real master is here. The master's hand slowly approached the strings. Each movement was precise and confident. Finally, he touched the strings. This moment became magical. The world around changed. The room was filled with colors, as if a magical phoenix had flown, leaving behind flowers blooming in the air. Even the animals that lived near their hut listened with tears in their eyes. The melody touched the deepest strings of the soul. The boy listened with his mouth wide open. He could not believe that such a thing was possible. The master looked at the student's face and nodded smugly. "Well, of course, I had no doubt that it was impressive. This is the lightning hands technique. It allows you to manipulate lightning energy. It's not a combat skill, but it will make your hands as strong as steel. Strings and swords will no longer be able to hurt you. Having mastered this technique, the boy will be able to strengthen his hands and move to a new level of skill. Thunder Chin requires at least a 6-star level to play. In the techniques of mastery, this meant a high level of energy. The more stars, the higher the level. Otherwise, you can be left without hands. The strings do not forgive mistakes." Malo wondered how long it would take to reach the 6-star level. The master replied calmly, "If you train the internal circulation of the lightning spirit, it will take about 10 years. The boy realized that the master had again overwhelmed him with a lot of work. He had already imagined how he would play at Thunder Chin, but those plans fell apart in an instant. The master did not even think of going back on his words. He explained that the boy still needs to grow and grow before Thunder Chin. "You don't know anything about music either," he added. "That is why the old man got an ordinary chin. This was the first step in musical education. Now that we know the basics, Starting tomorrow, we will start with the basic martial arts, said the master. The boy immediately had a question. What have I been doing so far if these are only basic techniques? The master sighed and replied, we have been training your physical form so that you can do household chores better. Finally, he added, don't ask stupid questions. When you finish your morning tasks, come to the lawn. When the boy came to the clearing, his eyes widened in surprise. What he saw made him question, is this really martial arts? In front of the boy lay a knife-throwing sword, the foundation of the Thunder Sword School. The master ordered them to stop threading and aim at the cones on the trees, starting with the nearest one. Don't just throw the knife with all your might, said the old man. Control your breath with the internal circulation of lightning spirit, he added, pointing to the tree. The boy swung, tensed his muscles, and threw the knife towards the bump. The knife flew past the target without even touching it. Now everything became clear. He clutched his head, frustration overwhelming him. Another miss, he thought. The master estimated that the boy would master throwing in 4 or 5 months. After that, the plan was to double the distance in practice until he could hit at least half of the targets. Until then, don't bother me, grumbled the master as he sat down to rest. Am I going to train myself for 10 months? Thought the boy, doubting his strength. Without hesitation, he ran to the knife to try again. At first, he hoped to manage in a few hours. The first mistake canceled these naive plans. In 3 months, he learned to hit a target from 15 meters. It was the first victory. Another 3 months passed unnoticed. Time flew like the wind, and his skills grew with patience. While the boy trained, the master meanwhile enjoyed life, went about his business, and leisurely sipped light wine. Suddenly, the door opened and the little boy flew into the room. Around his neck hung a necklace of cones, trophies he had knocked down himself. He grabbed the master's hand and pulled him towards the arena. That is, towards the same tree. There he threw the knife and hit it right in the bump. In half a year, he coped with the task. The master was amazed by this result. The boy proudly raised his head, believing that if he had not been overwhelmed with household chores, he would have coped even faster. At that moment, the master took out a small bag. It was a gift. He allowed the boy to visit his father's grave on his birthday. Such generosity was not like a master. The boy even thought that the old man might be terminally ill and repenting before his death. He received a slap on the head for this suspicion. Don't make up nonsense, grumbled the master. Stretch out your hands, ordered the old man. He took out a bracelet that looked very unusual and heavy. He put bracelets on the boy's hands and feet. These are weight bracelets, popular among young people now, said the master, quite seriously. The boy grimaced. In his opinion, they were just black and heavy shackles. Maybe at least don't lie to my face, grunted the little one. The master replied, am I lying to you? And turned away, which looked suspicious. So, my dear student, these bracelets weigh only 12 kilos each, lighter than a washing stick and a hatchet. You should wear them while training, washing, sleeping, and even bathing. Don't you dare take them off. You will also have to go to your parents' grave wearing these cursed bracelets. The trip promised to be fun, like all the gifts of the master. But for now, it's time to take knife throwing to the next level. The master tied the cone to a branch and shook it with his hand. Now the boy had to hit a moving target. The task became even more difficult. Heavy bracelets hung on the arms and legs, and the distance was the same, 15 meters. The master immediately cut off all the child's attempts to complain. Whining didn't work here. Having stopped grumbling, the boy took a full chest of air and dared to try. He threw the knife, but it flew far past the target. What a mess, he thought. The master was annoyed by one thing, to stand and constantly shake the cone. It was too much trouble. The boy already hoped that the old man would understand how difficult it was and give him peace. But for the master, this meant only one thing. It was necessary to delegate this work. The idea was simple. The boy himself runs, shakes the cone, then rushes back and throws the knife. Brilliant, thought the little one sarcastically. At this moment, the master remembered that it was time to teach him the Phoenix Dance. Phoenix Dance is a special movement technique in the Sword of Thunder school. It is the art of controlling speed, body, and walking. The speed technique allows you to move as easily as a feather and cover long distances without fatigue. The body control technique allows you to change the weight and position of the body. A disciple can become heavy as a stone or light as the wind. Walking skills are required for both combat and stealth. It's not just about the movement of the legs. The whole body has to control where the foot steps. The skill of body control in its pure form. It sounded cool. But the boy was not at all happy with the prospect of doing it with heavy bracelets on his hands and feet. He tried to question the master. The answer was clear. Start with speed technique. The issue is closed. To demonstrate how this is done, the master quickly and casually began to move around the boy, leaving behind only blurred tracks. After a while, the master pushed him forward, grumbling that he couldn't do anything on his own. "Do you want to sit here until night? Move faster!" thundered the master, urging the boy on. Some time passed, and the boy found himself near the two sculptures, breathing heavily after training. He turned to walk back, unaware that someone was watching him from behind the bushes, thinking that the master was not around. The boy decided to take off the bracelets, even if only for a short time, but suddenly a shadow hung over him. "Oh, just..." was the last thing he had time to think. Soon the master was carrying the beaten man on his shoulders. It seems that it was worth remembering. The master watches over him always and everywhere. Time has passed. It was raining outside, and the boy was running in circles, shouting loudly. The master said displeasedly, "Why shout? You are only exhausting yourself, but the progress is not bad in 2 weeks. Finally, we can move on to the next stage." Going further meant one thing for the master. The boy himself had to shake cones and throw knives at them until he learned to hit from 30 meters. The master himself, of course, returned to the hut to rest peacefully. In the yard, he tied a flask with a drink to the doll's hand and drank through the tube without straining his hands. There was a plate with delicious food nearby, but as soon as he brought the piece to his mouth, he heard a familiar voice. It was a guy. He already hit a moving cone from 30 meters. 4 months. And I've already managed. Why are you the only troublemaker? The master sighed. However, the little one heard everything, and noticed how the old man was drinking through a straw. He was too lazy to even hold the bottle. The master took the chopstick he was holding and threw it at the boy. "Shut up and go train," he said nonchalantly. A million questions swarmed in the boy's head. "Something strange again." The master explained simply, "Now you need to hit the target with chopsticks, and replace the cone with a coin. And of course, don't forget to shake the target." "But you are mocking!" The boy was indignant. "Why should I throw sticks? I will not fight them. Just admit that you are too lazy to teach me." "Who said sticks can't become weapons? In the hands of a master, even a feather can be deadly," replied the master. At that moment, a bird flew by. Master pointed at her. "Look carefully." He sharply threw the wand into the sky. The stick flew like lightning and hit the target exactly. The boy froze with his mouth open, watching the bird fall to the ground. "That's right." This case became a great proof of how dangerous ordinary chopsticks can be. A new task appeared for the boy: to take the slaughtered bird and separate the meat from the feathers. Once he learns to hit a coin, the next level is throwing feathers at beans. So winter has imperceptibly arrived in training. The master used the doll to the fullest. This time he hung wet clothes on it after washing. He himself lit a fire and cooked food, enjoying the peace. But suddenly a loud roar was heard from behind, which sent a chill down my spine. It was a huge white tiger. His eyes burned with fire and his muscular body tensed for the jump. The tiger roared, scattering the snow with its paws, and rushed directly onto the master's back. Master stood up, turned around, and held only one chopstick in his hands. The tiger's mouth was huge and full of sharp teeth. A bloodthirsty look could scare anyone. But the fear did not last long. The tiger suddenly stopped, as if paralyzed. Master calmly grunted. "You again, Morning." "I told you not to jump on me! You're too heavy!" he continued. The tigress barely got up after the fall, swaying as if after a heavy party. The master slapped his fist on the head and grumbled, "You've been gone for a whole year! I already thought you were dead, and now you are also climbing on fire! What are you, a butterfly?" The tigress, as if not paying attention to the reproaches, began to rub against him, caressing. The master just sighed. "Don't bother me." The tigress rolled onto her back, showing her belly like a big cat begging for attention. The master immediately understood everything. "Yes, pregnant again. It is enough to wriggle out of the soap, and don't think I'll share the wine with you," he grumbled. But the tigress, despite his words, continued to behave cutely, spinning and purring. The master's patience ran out. Sighing, he agreed. "Okay, I'll go get some wine. Sit here quietly and don't touch anything," he ordered the tigress before leaving. The tigress remained by the fire, licking her paws and looking quite content. At that moment, a boy came up to inform the master about his success. But in front of him he saw a tiger. The tigress was sitting by the fire, and next to it lay a towel covering the doll. The boy decided that this was his teacher, whom the beast had already covered with a blanket, and was now warming himself by the fire. The tigress lowered her head and glared at the boy, her eyes flashing yellow fire. The boy could not believe his eyes. "Well, there's no blood. It's not that easy to kill a teacher," he tried to calm himself down. Maybe throw a feather right in the eye and run away, he thought, clutching the pen in his hand. Seeing a monster in the tigress, the boy threw a feather in her direction when the animal suddenly rushed at him. But suddenly, a pebble knocked off the feather and hit him in the head. It was a master. The master heard how the boy shouted before throwing, "I will take revenge for the teacher when I grow up!" It amused him quite a bit. The boy, not understanding anything, pointed his finger at the tigress and waited for an explanation. Why are the tigers just walking around here? The master sat by the fire with a bottle in his hands and calmly explained, "Under the cover lies our senior student, a mannequin. And this tiger you are so afraid of is our old friend Snowball. We've been friends since you weren't even born." When the tigress came closer to the master, the boy still thought that she was about to eat his mentor. The master shifted his gaze to the piece of meat and warned the boy, "This is special medicinal meat for old people. It works only together with warm medical alcohol, so you are not even allowed to look at it." The boy, looking at him skeptically, grumbled, "If you're going to lie, at least invent something believable." But he did not come here to argue, but to report his success in throwing. The master reminded him, "As soon as you learn to hit a coin with sticks, practice throwing feathers into beans, so go ahead and train." Determined as ever, the boy decided not to argue, but to show everything in action. He threw the feather right into the master's food bowl. The pen hit the target exactly. This was excellent proof that the boy had already mastered the feather throw. The master looked at the bowl and raised an eyebrow. "And why was it thrown into my food?" he grumbled, not understanding this subtle gesture. The tigress sharply raises her head and lets out a powerful roar, which compresses the air. Her anger is felt at the level of instincts. The guy raises his hands up, defending himself and trying to explain with gestures that he didn't want to do anything bad. The master raises a small rod to the tigress's face, as if to convince her that the dates were not harmed. His movements are calm but precise. It becomes obvious. The tigress worries about the dates. She is a mother, and her anger is boundless, but only the boy cannot understand why all this affects him. The master calmly explains the truth. The boy accidentally threw a feather into the snack of a tigress, who for the first time in 2 years allowed herself a rest after pregnancy. She can't stand it when someone touches her food. The boy finally realizes that in front of him is a mother tigress. But how can she drink? It does not fit in the head. She really eats dates and eats meat with appetite, as if it were the most natural thing to do. The tigress listens carefully to his guesses and understands them perfectly. Her gaze becomes even more alert. The guy comes closer uncertainly. His movements are slow and nervous. He begins to warm up, fuss, and finally sits down by the fire. His actions are strange and chilling. From the side, it looks as absurd as possible. The master can't stand it and asks what he is doing. "What, you want to pet her? Are you completely out of your mind?" The master looks angrily at the boy. Immediately after these words, the tigress growls again, warning that she is not a tame dog. This is a sign. The tigress is older and more powerful than it seems. She is 10 times older than the boy, and will not allow someone to pet her. After hearing the words about age, the guy suddenly understands she is 110 years old. Then, it turns out, she is like an aunt to the master. The master snorts and shrugs his shoulders. "What are you talking about? I just kept well." His eyes shine with irony. "Yes, of course, more than 110 years. Now, he also considers himself a sage." The boy reluctantly ponders these words, but a feigned understanding appears on his face. "Of course," he mutters through his teeth. The master, having finished the meal, offers, "Let's go and see your results." The boy looks at the empty plates in a daze. They ate everything themselves. Not even a crumb was left. The word is superfluous. "And you will fly to the field with snow." The master winks, as if jokingly, but there is a note of steel in his voice. On the training ground, the tigress lays down comfortably, and the boy hesitantly lies down next to him. "Show me how you did it," the master asks calmly, but there is hidden curiosity in his voice. The boy takes the grain, shakes it slightly in his hands, then moves as if dancing the dance of the phoenix. He lifts his pen up, holds his breath, and focuses. His gaze carefully captures every detail: wind direction, trajectory, distance. He throws the quill, a precise movement like an arrow, voices each step, demonstrating the technique. The master and the tigress freeze, staring in surprise. The pen hits the target. Astonishment froze on their faces. The master does not hide his surprise. It was too fast. He had not expected this level of skill. The boy is waiting for praise with hope and finally says, "The whole secret is that I am a talented student, and your lessons gave me the main thing, the principles of technique. Come closer for a moment, the master waves his hand barely perceptibly. His voice is calm, but a spark of treachery flashes in his eyes. You just want to hit me because of envy of my talent. The boy approaches in disbelief, preparing for the worst. The master says seriously, "If you don't come in a second, I will ask for a tigress." And at the same moment, the boy is already sitting opposite him, as if on command. The master raises an eyebrow with interest. "How are your abilities to control lightning?" The boy's answer is not impressive. The master places the palm. "Hit it using the technique, strong as you can." The boy swallows nervously. "Beat the teacher? It's goal complicated. But if it's an order, I have to carry it out." He concentrates, his hands draw complex symbols in the air. The tension is rising. The master grumbles, losing patience. "I count to 3. You don't hit, I'll hit myself." The countdown begins. "Unit!" The boy makes a sharp movement with his hands. 2, 3. Their hands touch. Energy crackles in the air. "Ah, you little bastard!" The master snorts from pain and surprise. The guy blinks his eyes, not understanding what happened. The master grabs his hand, preventing it from falling. Then he puts his hand on the boy's head and suddenly strokes him. A smile is barely visible. "Now answer honestly. Did you eat something without my knowledge?" His eyes radiate suspicion and light humor. The boy begins to fuss, waving his hands and muttering helplessly. "I don't understand what you're talking about, master." The master looks at him, squinting. "You haven't eaten, you say? And the blow was such that my whole arm was broken off." Doubt in his voice. After feeling a strong recoil during the impact, the master finally admits, the boy's technique has reached the level of 4 stars, and his internal circulation of lightning spirit is at a level that others reach in 7 years. And one more thing. The master looks into his eyes. What was that strange effect? The speed of development of the lightning spirit is so crazy that the boy's body does not have time to adapt. It is frightening and impressive at the same time. The master stubbornly does not believe that the boy achieved this on his own. He suspects that he ate something. The boy begins to shake with fear. If the master does not believe, he will definitely get it. He falls to his knees, wringing his hands. "I was only guilty of being born a genius. Fragile, beautiful genius. I worked day and night. I did everything you ordered. And instead of recognition, you only quarrel. You yourself drink and eat in one mouth for whole days." The master sighs, looking at this action, and waves his hand. "Get up. Let's go." There is tiredness and a hidden smile in his voice. Following him, the boy decides to use the moment to tease the master a little. The smile on his face already hints at an insidious plan. 22 days, 10 hours, and 45 minutes ago. The boy looked at the snowy mountains, helplessly looking for grass in the winter vastness. One question throbbed in my head. What to do if a bear comes across the road? But suddenly, his eyes stopped at the mushrooms under the tree. Well, even this is not enough to feed yourself, the thought came. At that moment, the nostrils caught an unusual aroma. Overcoming his fear, he decided to get up and find out where this smell was coming from. Surprise covered him from head to toe like a wave. The head jerked to the right and left, and the movements became sharp and nervous. After walking a few steps, the boy sat down, holding his breath. A bright flower was visible in front of him among the snow-white cover. No, it was rather berries, juicy, fragrant, which illogically grew here in winter. He realized that this bush could bring a fortune. A plan had already hatched in his head. The teacher would certainly not complain if he brought this treasure whole without damaging the roots. Having carefully dug up the earth around the plant, he froze in surprise. Instead of roots, a golden Buddha shone in the soil. And the voice said, "Congratulations. You haven't seen anything like it. I am a wild snow ginseng. With me, you will become so rich that you will eat only meat for the rest of your life." Some called it the snow ginseng doll for its beauty and whimsical appearance. The boy squeezed the ginseng in his hand and wiped the sweat from his forehead. A little more, and this spirit would bewitch him completely. In front of him was the legendary elixir, a snow ginseng doll. The boy knew very well how valuable this find was. The thought flashed in my head. I broke the bank. You have to sell it in the village, run away from the teacher, and live on the money. But then I realized that flaunting such a treasure is dangerous. There were things more important than money. It's not for nothing that he trained so much. The best solution suggested itself: to eat the elixir, become stronger, and become the strongest martial artist. Sitting down, the boy tried to remember the teacher's instructions. How was it? Something about how to properly consume elixirs. Then the teacher ate strange, even disgusting-looking things. He explained, "These are energy cores. They are extremely rare and valuable. The boy was forbidden to eat them because of the danger to his life. The teacher warned, if you find something similar, bring it to him. Without preparation, the absorption of the elixir could cause the body to overflow with energy, to the point of death. The teacher barely agreed to teach him how to do it properly. The boy assumed a meditative pose. First point. While absorbing the elixir, one should cultivate one's qi until the need for food and sleep disappears. The energy should merge with your own. Second point. If the pill is real, it can be swallowed easily. But the wrong combination of yin and yang can be deadly. You need to have an antidote elixir at hand. The third point. The elixir should be taken half an hour after a meal. On an empty stomach, indigestion, immediately after a meal, efficiency increases. The fourth point. In case of severe side effects, it is necessary to consult a doctor immediately. The boy decided and swallowed the elixir without even chewing. His inner world suddenly changed, radically different from the real one. In the inner world, the boy encountered the Golden Buddha, who complained fiercely, "Scoundrel! You dare to eat me! You can't stand my strength." The Buddha raised his finger and said coldly, "Now I will click, and you will have a 50% chance of turning into dust." Without thinking long, the boy delivered a direct blow to the Buddha's head. His cheeks puffed out, and his hands clung to the Buddha as if his life depended on it. "This is the best plant I've ever tasted," he muttered, trying to hide his fear. After that, he impudently clicked his fingers and declared, "It's time to say goodbye." The golden root crumbled to dust, disappearing without a trace. At that moment, the boy opened his eyes, coming back to reality. The color of his eyes changed, shining with new power. The body was overflowing with incredible lightness and power, as if the strength of 100 bears had taken hold of it. The thought that the teacher would punish for misappropriation of the elixir worriedly stuck in his head. Or even worse, hang on a rope by the stomach and use it as a punching bag. One decision became obvious. It was necessary to keep everything a secret, no matter what happened. But suddenly a strong, familiar hand fell on my shoulder, squeezing it painfully. "I've been looking for you since yesterday. I thought it was already frozen here somewhere. Where did you disappear to?" The teacher's voice thundered, but there was concern in it. The fact that he was gone all day seemed like a joke, even to the boy himself. At this moment, the boy had no choice but to pretend that he had passed out from exhaustion. Ha! Teacher is so naive sometimes. However, his self-confidence quickly crashed into reality. It turned out that only he was naive. The teacher handed him a sheet of paper. It showed off the new class schedule. From 5 Jo to 11 Niin in the morning. Housework. All tasks must be completed in 15 minutes. In addition, hunting appeared in the schedule. Why in the morning, and not in the evening? It seemed that the teacher was trying to drive him to death. "You've gotten stronger lately. Don't worry, you'll manage." "And who said that you are free in the evening?" The teacher looked with a sly smile. The boy had hope. The evenings might be devoted to martial arts, but the reality turned out to be cruel again. The teacher decided that from tomorrow, the boy will have to go down the mountain every evening. "It's time to explore the world," said the teacher solemnly, as if opening the door to a new life. The place was buzzing with life. People were crowding, some were trading, some were arguing loudly, offering various goods. For the boy, it was the first acquaintance with such a bustling square. Everything around him seemed new and amazing. He had not been to big cities for a long time, so every sound and smell was almost magic to him. However, the master behaved suspiciously. There was a feeling that he was hiding something, as if muddying the waters. Before entering, the boy asked, "Why are you dressed like that?" "They told me to change clothes because we are going to the city," he answered uncertainly, but the boy's appearance was too feminine. The master slapped him on the head. "In this form, you will not be accepted as a musician." The boy already wanted to know why they came to the city, but the master coughed and avoided the answer. "You will find out later. It's part of a bigger plan. Therefore dress more comfortably and let your hair down so that the eyes do not recognize the excess," added the master, hinting at the crowd. After some time, they were already standing in front of the house with the majestic sign, "House of Divine Aromas." The building was impressive in its beauty and size. Inside, they were met by a man who nervously explained to the owner, "I am busy, and I cannot fulfill your request." It turned out that the boy was too young for their requirements. No one wanted to allow an 11-year-old child on stage. The master, however, insisted, "Yes, he is young, but he plays that scena skillfully. Listen to it first." The guy cringed. "Hey, master? What, he wants to sell me to a bar?" The man calmly answered, "Our customers want to admire not only the music, but also those who perform it. After another refusal, it seemed to the boy that this whole adventure was useless, and it seems that's how it was. Having gone outside, the master grumbled about the injustice. "These bastards! They say that this is not a brothel, but they select workers only by gender and appearance." Finally, everything became clear. The master was simply trying to sell his beautiful and brilliant student. "Who are you talking about? We came here so I could train my stupid apprentice." The master grimaced as if the boy had said something offensive. For the boy, this training resembled human trafficking, playing the piano in a bar, a rather strange method of learning. But for the fact that the boy poked his finger at him during the conversation, the master did not hesitate to teach him right away. "Oh no! Someone save this beautiful, fragile genius! He will be killed now!" The boy loudly dramatized his suffering. In the end, the master simply threw it over his shoulder and resolutely moved on. The next place turned out to be different, dark and filled with the heavy aroma of alcohol. The boy grimly realized that if he screamed, he would get even harder. He tried to explain. "This is a place where alcohol is served. This is not just a drinking establishment. People gather here to discuss the news. This is the main source of information. How else can a young man like you get to know the world?" The master added, "They spend a lot of money here. You will be able to earn and study. Too bad you're a guy. You lose such a chance." After listening to the whole monologue, the boy quietly suggested, "Maybe home?" But the master answered sternly, "In no case do not lose faith. This city is full of opportunities to try your luck." Approaching the door, the master turned. "Stand here and wait." The boy did not understand why they had come here, and why there were strange necklaces hanging at the entrance. After a few minutes, the master returned, carrying a bag that looked suspiciously heavy on his shoulders. The feeling was so bad that words could not describe it. The master again asked to wait and disappeared somewhere. The boy saw the master talking to someone, and his anxiety only increased. Now the master was already carrying 2 bags, but he was in no hurry to explain what was in them. The master's secrets were annoying. What was the old man up to this time? Finally, they came to a building that looked like a forge. The sign read, "Iron Evolution Forge." Here, metal was probably taking on a new face. A man with white hair stood at the entrance and asked, "Why did you bring this boy? Would you like to order a sword for him?" The master invited him inside for a discussion. In a moment, screams came from the forge. The boy immediately recognized the master's voice. "He is already 15 years old, just looks young, and he is 3-4 times stronger than any adult," proved the master. "2 silver coins, I say, he is special. He waves a stick weighing 30 kilograms like a branch. Works for several people." The boy shuddered when these words came through the door. Finally, a sigh was heard and the answer, "Okay, 3 silver coins and salary. Agreed. Take it, but take good care of it." When the boy saw the blacksmith, he seemed to him more like a maniac than an ordinary blacksmith. The master, opening the door, coldly announced, "From tomorrow you will work here." The guy panicked and began to assure that it was not for him. But the master quickly covered his mouth with his hand, pulled him aside, and whispered to the blacksmith, "We will have to discuss something else with him." Taking the boy aside, the master explained, "To become a master of martial arts, one must pass these tests. Blacksmithing will strengthen the hands, and smelting iron will teach patience. This is part of training. Wipe your snot and get to work," added the master. But for the boy, everything looked different. From the forging, his hands would harden, and his senses would be dulled. The master just smiled and said, "Don't look too far into the future. Don't forget who I am, the head of the Thunder Sword School. I always have a backup plan." The words about the backup plan sounded somehow creepy. In a few minutes, the master, using the technique Phoenix Dance of swift flight, quickly left for home, leaving the boy alone. In parting, he also threatened, "If you are fired, we will get both." Forge of Iron Evolution. In fact, the place looked more like a gun shop than a traditional forge. The forge was known for its quality swords at affordable prices. The main buyers were the students of the martial arts school located on Mount Ame, known as the Women's Martial Arts School. Another regular customer was a group of armed guards led by former students of Emikwan School. In addition to these 2 groups, other masters with their students also came here. Most of them were related to the Emikwan School in one way or another. Perhaps the forge should be renamed Emi Forge. But according to this logic, every building in the city should have the same name. The influence of the school extended over the entire region. Because of this, despite his fame, the blacksmith and master gunsmith known as the Great Blacksmith often hid from his students when they came to get their swords. In his place, another employee came out and explained the features of the weapon. Constant complaints hung in the air. The swords were of good quality, but heavier than ordered. Many demanded a much lighter weapon. This sword was intended for a small student, and it seemed too heavy. The worker patiently explained that to make the sword flexible but strong, the blacksmith had to reforge it 9 times. This only made the weapon appear heavy, when in fact it was delicately balanced. Considering the strength of the sword, the worker assured that it was as light as possible. And to convince, finally, he offered to check by striking with another blade. The girls picked up the swords and immediately began to test their strength. As a result, the very sword with which they struck broke. The white-haired blacksmith, hiding in a corner, heard the tinkling of iron. His heart almost stopped from the tension. One of the girls recognized the strength of the new sword. It didn't have a single scratch on it, although the other sword was also of good quality. She handed the weapon over to her younger student Tai to test it for weight and comfort. The girl skillfully wielded a sword as if it were no heavier than a feather. She smiled and admitted that the weight was perfect and the blade's shine was pleasing to the eye. Since the student was satisfied, they bought the sword and asked them not to take their doubts to heart. They were just worried about the girl. The blacksmith felt as if a stone had fallen from his soul. The relief was real and almost palpable. Suddenly, a blacksmith boy came up to him with a hammer on his shoulder, wondering why everyone had already left and the head blacksmith was still hiding. "They asked me to give you a good knock and get you out of here," said the young blacksmith. The white-haired blacksmith sighed and explained, "They hate me. I'm already afraid of every skirt." He used to greet customers warmly, showing them swords, but one day the girls put a blade to his throat. "I am with them with my heart, and they," grumbled the blacksmith. "Now you have to hide and listen to their comments." The blacksmith boy raised an eyebrow and said with a smile, "It's all because of your face. I want to cut myself." The boy began to tell what happened when he first came to the forge. The white-haired blacksmith then gave him a 30-kilogram hammer because the teacher asked for it, and he did not believe that the boy would be able to lift it. The boy reached out and grabbed the handle. He tried his best to master forging, hitting with a hammer so that the metal became even and flat. This tenacity impressed the blacksmith. Soon, the boy became a little joy for him. Koval even offered him to live together and promised to take care of him. Only the intervention of other forge workers prevented this. The boys separated them in time, otherwise someone would have received a hammer on the head. Their conversation was interrupted by a young worker who, opening the door, shouted, "We have a big order!" They really liked the sword. The boy just sighed, hoping that he would not be overwhelmed with work. The white-haired blacksmith came up, put his hands on his shoulders and said, "2 months ago, I paid you 4 pieces of silver. If you take on more work, there will be 5 next month." But the boy was not interested in money, so he refused. Then the blacksmith just sighed and said that he would have to talk to the teacher. The guy's answer was obvious. There was no choice. 10 months later, the boy returned to the master. He greeted him warmly, even prepared dinner. As soon as he finished eating, the master stood up and invited him to train. Knowing that the boy was worried about his rough hands from blacksmithing, he prepared a surprise for him. To keep his hands soft and sensitive, the master took out a bag of beads. It was difficult for the boy to imagine how he would train with this new task. There has never been a time when the master did not show what to do before training. The master put his hand into the bag and took out a handful of beads. With a wave of his hand, he tossed the beads into the air. Task: while the bead is falling, string it on a thread. The order of colors was strict. Red, orange, yellow, green, blue, blue, purple. Yes, 5 times. As a result, there are 35 beads. Teacher: before you sold children, didn't you sometimes work in the circus? The guy clapped his hands sarcastically. In response, he received a slap on the head. Close your mouth. This is training for vision, speed, and dexterity of hands, explained the master. He added, after stringing, tie a perfect knot, without joints. 35 beads per necklace. Start with 100 per day. More precisely, this is not a request, but an order. The guy has already understood. This is not training, but another job. 100 beads per day, 6,000 per month. This is only 6 pieces of silver per month. I wanted to ask how much more the master is going to earn from his work. But the master, not listening, threatened, "One more word, you will get a nape." When the boy took the bag, the master added, "Don't forget the throwing knife. Cut something out once a day. Buddha figurines, mushrooms, wooden ornaments, all for sale." The master emphasized that this is his favorite activity. The guy had a million arguments that the old man was just taking advantage of him, but he stubbornly called it dexterity training. In addition, after talking with the blacksmith, the master arranged a night job. It looked like the boy was about to be sent to the forge, even in between beading and wood carving. Passing by the bar, the boy kept glancing in his direction. Playing the kinda there seemed a much easier task than swinging a hammer and doing endless errands. Doubts sharpened his mind like rust. Is this a good idea? It seemed as if he was losing his mind from overwork. Consciousness teetered on the edge. The forest road stretched forward like an endless thread. Suddenly, a quiet, disturbing rustling was heard among the leaves. He ignored the rustling, staring stubbornly at the bumps under his feet, as if trying to hold reality by its sharp edges. A monkey suddenly flew out from behind the trees like a bullet aimed straight at him. Before that, he drove them away indifferently. He threw cones at the monkeys, and this was enough to stop their attacks. Deep thoughts about the old man drove him crazy. He decided the best thing was to squander the money he had been saving. Damn teacher! Anger pulsed in his head. He threw cones at the monkeys, repeating it like an incantation. He was sure they were the old man's monkeys. His anger boiled over. The old man had better hire someone scarier, like a bear, he muttered, dodging the attack. He brought one of the monkeys to the teacher, asking if he could eat it. The teacher looked at her, squinted and grimaced. Phew, you abomination. Throw it away and cook a normal dinner. He sighed indignantly, comparing himself to this creature. I worked all day, and now I still have dinner to cook? But after a few words, he already agreed. Young, full of strength, he gave up and went to cook. He went out the door. The teacher's voice rang out from behind. The kitchen is on the other side. Where are you going with the monkey? Hearing this, he sighed and threw the monkey away. The child's behavior seemed suspicious even to the master. Did he eat something wrong in the forge? A watchful gaze slid over the boy. The boy held his breath. The bag with his plans for the treasure went unnoticed. The master did not notice anything. It blew away. Night fell on the yard. The owl sat under the house like a night watchman, watching every movement. The little one was busy with beads. His hands deftly strung beads. There were already a whole bunch of bracelets. Next, wood carving. The knife slid across the surface. The monkey figure is ready. It is cut almost perfectly. Having finished his work, he crept to the door and listened like a shadow. Is the master asleep? Finally, it was possible to untie the bag. The heart was pounding with impatience. Beautiful things shone in the bag. Each of them is a small treasure. He laid out his clothes and thought, should he wear pants under the skirt? Or should he go with bare feet? He did not understand this at all. Took the powder. They said that it should be applied to the cheeks, so as not to be confused with a boy. He had heard that grown women used all these things. Maybe he will look older himself. I also grabbed the eyebrow product, ready for anything. In a moment, his lips were already bright red. The mirror showed a new image. Something was wrong. Maybe the mirror is broken, but no. And he himself saw that it looked somehow strange. Now it's clear, he did not style his hair. That's the problem. The door suddenly opened. The master burst into the room. He didn't even think of falling asleep. The master froze in the doorway, his pipe falling from his hands and hitting the floor. What he saw in the room did not fit in his head. The child stood with a painted face, absurd makeup, terrible braids on his head. More like a monkey than a man. What the hell? The master could not believe his eyes. The reason quickly became clear. The kid was going to dress up as a woman to earn money in a bar. This is such a turn. The master sighed heavily. Isn't that how he raised him? Thoughts swarmed in my head, but the idea of earning money didn't seem so bad, even in this form. Maybe this will make sense? Once you've decided to become a woman, do it right, grunted the master, thinking about the plan. Let's make you a real lady, said the master. After work, they will do the transformation. Everything will be perfect. The little one felt a chill run down his spine. This venture no longer seemed fun to him. The master covered his mouth with his hand. Already started. Go to the end. There was nowhere to retreat. The evening has come. The master took out a real woman's cape, sighed, and prepared everything necessary. He didn't even forget his underwear. Don't forget to put it on. The master was adamant. Now the evenings will be spent in preparation. The little one did not like all this. It would be better to work at night in the forge than to endure this. But the master did not let go. Don't, you bastard. Let's finish the case. This is a great workout, assured the master, and for better assimilation he hit the little one on the head. Think like a woman. The master threw away his clothes and ordered to change. No whining. The master immediately warned, you can't film anything during the dance. Prohibited by law. The little one was embarrassed. Dance? What other dance? Why dance at all? All this seemed to him delusional. The master was referring to the bracelets that he changed every time on his birthday. It was a symbolic amulet. And one more thing. The old man squinted. If you use the phoenix dance, you'll get it in the neck. A bonus flew in the air. Bells. Tie them to the bracelets, the master ordered. The kind old man allowed the bell to ring during the dance. This sound was supposed to add drama and charm. He did not explain further. You will understand when you try. Go ahead, be a woman, but not in the forge. He even invented the name Yeonbi. Just took the Ryu out of his real name and you're good to go. The name was translated as Flying Swallow. Beautiful and graceful. Now everything was prepared for reincarnation. You have 15 minutes, grumbled the master, lying down and enjoying the smoke. Slow as a turtle. A woman's dress appeared from behind the door. The fabric fluttered, promising something strange and unexpected. A question mark appeared on the master's face. What kind of swallow flew out of his pupil? A beautiful girl stood before the master. Yes, it was a boy, but the transformation was so successful that he looked like a real princess. Everything was great with the outfit. The fabrics fell gracefully, adding sophistication, but something bothered the master. You walk like a boy, he grunted and hit the little one several times, showing how to move elegantly. Comb your hair and tuck it behind your ears, ordered the master, impatient of refusal. The boy thought that the master had some strange ideas about girls. Something was wrong here. He said it aloud, and the old man thought, maybe something in his approach is really wrong. But the old man was not going to admit his mistake. Pride did not allow. He pulled out an old book on hair, makeup, and fashion. Learn it properly, grumbled the master. When the boy realized that he had to pretend, the master corrected him. A girl like you doesn't need to pretend. Forget that you were a boy, said the master. The words were clear and sharp, like an order. He patted the little one on the shoulder. You're on the right track, he praised, slightly pleased with the progress. Meanwhile, the master stood in the forest, chewing on a stem, gloomy as always. Suddenly, a sound rang out somewhere nearby, and the tigress was overcome by a real shock. Autumn is the harvest season. The tigress rejoiced when the juicy fruits fell from the trees one by one. It seemed that the moon passed by imperceptibly. Time to harvest is already on the other side of the forest. In this luxurious house, a separate room has been prepared for the hostess. Refinement and richness in every detail. Shadow and echo cannot be separated. The silence of the night covered the room like an invisible blanket. He was ready to drink with them at least until spring itself. Time seemed to freeze in this night. The guy was sitting at the table and explained. He was planning to go on a trip to the Time of the Pig. The servant hesitated to share drinks with him, shy to take a position next to his master. 4 months have passed since the boy, at the behest of his family, set off to explore the world. But even after everything he had been through, he wanted the servant to see him as a companion. Hearing this, the servant apologized and agreed to raise the glass together if his master so desired. The guy was educated and noble, which was felt in every gesture. Their conversation was interrupted by a voice. Now the girl doesn't suit you? I said she's almost 16. It was the master who brought the boy disguised as a girl to get him to work. But the owner of the bar was not satisfied with the age of the girl. The guy at the table was confused by the fact that this man was going to sell his young granddaughter to a bar. He got up from the table because he couldn't look at it anymore. The servant quietly asked the hostess not to make a scene. There are a lot of people around. The servant offered to deal with the old man later, quietly. Emi was in charge of everything here, and it was better not to cause trouble. But the young master refused. He didn't want to cause any inconvenience due to his hot temper. At that moment, the moon dimmed for him, and the tea left only a sour taste of disappointment in the cup. The master continued to argue with the employer, insisting that they even brought Chin. Just set the scene. His voice crackled with impatience. Give me 1 minute. The master's request was sharp and demanding. At that moment, he noticed a young master handing money to someone. Curiosity flashed in the master's eyes. The little one was also interested. Why is the master watching so closely? Are you afraid that people will leave without appreciating them? But the master grumbled, But I'm just looking at a pissed-off turkey. The little one turned his head, trying to make out who this turkey was in question. The master strictly ordered, Don't be a fool. Don't think about nonsense, but prepare for the performance. Meanwhile, the attention of everyone present is already fixed on the stage. The eyes are directed at the girl. She looked young, but incredibly beautiful. What is it, the master's daughter? Someone whispered. The bells on her hand jingled and caused even more surprise. The little one picked up the tool and carefully placed it on the floor. Tension thickened in the air. Fingers touched the strings. The first notes cut through the silence. young but talented. The melody was mesmerizing, and the hall began to hold its breath from this amazing beginning. Even recently, disguised as a girl, he chopped firewood, drenched in sweat. Living with an old man seemed like a tough test of endurance, pure extreme. Even when the little one carried buckets of water, the old man made him dance gracefully like a real girl. The master's level of absurd demands did not decrease. On the contrary, he invented more and more nonsense. It seemed to the child that life had become even more difficult. If he doesn't get hired, that's the end of it. The requirements are high in the House of Divine Sense, he decided. Therefore, he will make a minimum effort so that the teacher does not shout. But even his weak attempts aroused genuine interest in those present. Everyone listened very attentively. He wasn't going to give it his all. I just wanted to blend in with the crowd and not attract attention. But then the master appeared. All eyes shifted to him. They say his name was Han-san. The boy was sure that the owner would understand the forgery. But he just stood and nodded his head, satisfied. For the audience, a beautiful girl stood in front of them, playing melodies that touched the innermost strings of the soul. The employer was delighted. She has great potential. He offered 5 silvers for the first time, but the master decided to bargain. He saw how the audience looked at her. It was a success. The audience was delighted with the performance. The little one was surprised, because he didn't even try to try. The master winked at the master. And she has other talents as well. After picking up the little one, he said, "Her name is Yeon B, a flying swallow." The owner just blinked, not understanding what the old man was saying. The master continued, "If she could only sing, I would call her Lark. But this swallow is graceful and fast. Because she not only plays, but also dances beautifully," said the master proudly. Her dance was truly impressive. Even better than her chin performance. The owner wondered, why did the master first show music and not dance? So much praise from this old man. The little one realized that he was not the only victim. The old man concluded, "If you want, I can show you a dance. But the conditions must be changed." He proposed a compromise that would suit both. "They pay twice as much. If her dance does not impress, I will return all the money." The master began to press, asking again and again, "Ready to change the conditions?" Arrangement, 10 silver per day. Work on even days. The 16th and last day of the month is a holiday. She will tire quickly working every day. And the second condition, she keeps all tips for herself. And the third condition, she will dance only when she wants to. It seemed unfair to the owner, but he agreed. The old man praised the girl so much that it was difficult to refuse. According to the master, this will only increase its value. People will come every day hoping to see her dance. Evening was falling when they returned home. The road was difficult. Jump from stone to stone, balancing so as not to fall. In a dress and heels, the little one did not like it at all. Everything was terribly uncomfortable. The old man made excuses. "There are maniacs in the bar. You are the only girl. You should be afraid." He also added that he saw a pregnant woman jumping here even after giving birth. He talked about Snow White the tigress and advised him to get used to it. After all, he would have to walk here every other day. The comparison with a pregnant tigress outraged the little one. But the old man seemed to be serious. The boy wanted to ask about something else. A bad foreboding was nestling in his soul. The old man stopped, turned around and asked, "What else?" The little one wanted to find out, is it really necessary to go to the bar every 2 days? After all, he works in a forge. Why then the day off on the 16th and at the end of the month? Are these days for martial arts? Actually, the reason was different. The sellers of his sculptures wanted to see him twice a month. The works turned out to be good, but strange. The desperate cry of a monkey or the terrible dream of a catfish scared the buyers. The old man wanted the little one to sell the sculptures himself. Only in the market will he be able to understand what people really like. When the old man took another sip of wine, the little one asked, "And when will the martial arts training be?" The master squinted and answered with a counter-question. "Whose house is this? And who sheltered a child who did not even know how to cook, and for 3 years taught everything? Music, martial arts, and life?" The answer was obvious. "You, teacher." "Don't mumble!" The master growled and hit him on the head. It's amazing how the master managed to give such a powerful crack even at a distance. "And which of us is younger?" he asked, concluding his arguments. All this came down to one thing. Not him. You live under my roof, you study thanks to me, or will you keep your ass, or he brings. A flurry of claims fell on the child. "Do you know how we used to live? Children are not the same now." "No more complaints!" thundered the master, and his words were a sentence. "And indeed, if there is no money, it is necessary to earn it. If you don't have enough strength, you need to become stronger. At this rate, the teacher will ride him until he gets old. The boy imagined himself on the throne, rich and powerful. The master is standing in front of him. Now it is clear who is who. His goal was clear. To become not just a genius, but a rich, beautiful, and brilliant landowner. The next day he was at the forge again. Fire, hammer, and hard work were waiting for him. After working in the forge, wood carving was waiting for the little one. And then the sale of these figurines. A new day had come, and he was on his way to show his new creations to the world. All the visitors were already waiting for Yeonbi to appear. Everyone dreamed of seeing her dance, but no one knew if it would happen today. And here she appears. Or should I say he. People saw a girl in front of them. An elegant, fragile 16-year-old beauty that made them want to protect her from any harm. Some froze as if petrified. Someone's heart was beating wildly. As soon as she passed, the crowd began to jostle to get closer. At that moment, a luxurious carriage pulled by graceful horses approached the building. One man met the carriage, explained to its passengers what kind of place it was. A room under a different name was booked for an important person to avoid unnecessary attention. A middle-aged man got out of the carriage, carefully holding a fragile girl named Rin in his arms. Her blue eyes were as deep as the spring sky and mesmerized anyone who saw them. The father was worried. "Are you all right?" She answered with a gentle smile. "Yes, everything is wonderful." "You could use a walk," he suggested, trying to distract her from her worries. Having carefully lowered her from his hands, he placed the girl on the ground. Her beauty resembled cherry blossoms, gentle, charming, almost unreal. The men who met on their way bowed low and respectfully to her. To some, she seemed even more beautiful than Yeonbi, like a goddess who descended from heaven. But each of their glances was carefully recorded by her father, his eyes blazing with cold menace. His long iron sword seemed to seek to cut down any danger itself. One of the guards silently approached the daredevils and put a knife to their throats. "Don't look at that girl." Out of fear and respect, everyone bowed before the master. It was urgently necessary to inform the owner about the arrival of important guests. The two servants, wasting no time, rushed up the stairs. The owner was already waiting impatiently and was ready to invite the guests inside. They were met in the hall by Yeonbi, incredibly beautiful in her dancing outfit. There were drunken guests sitting at the tables, having drunk a lot of alcohol. They couldn't wait for the performance. Some, unable to bear it, fell asleep with their faces directly on the table. But the general atmosphere was filled with foreboding. Everyone was eager to see this dance. Tipping was generous. Whoever was more drunk threw money in handfuls. When the tip collection was announced, all hands flew up as if in a fit of excitement. Many had no family and were ready to spend all their money for just a moment's attention. Yeonbi looked at the bag of money and couldn't believe her eyes. All these people wanted when tipping was for her to remember their name. Looking into the bag, she counted about 43 pieces of silver. A good harvest for the evening. The owner approached her and, informing her that the shift was over, asked her to dance one more time. "Work overtime for double pay." Yeonbi hesitated, promising to think about it. Then the owner offered a triple fee. It was necessary to dance for important guests in a private hall. Caution above all else. Important guests sounded like rich guests to Yeonbi. It became easier to decide. Meanwhile, important guests have already been seated at a table in a private room. Yeonbi walked in like a spring wind awakening a field, and bright red leaves were preserved under the snow. The moon took its place in the sky and went to the western region, hiding its rays in the darkness of the night. Oh, wanderer who has been searching for a sword for 30 years, how many times have leaves fallen and new buds sprouted? You look to the north, but you see nothing but emptiness. For whom do spring flowers bloom? Yeonbi sang this song while accompanying herself on chin. Her voice was full of tenderness and sadness. There was silence in the hall. She was afraid to even suggest that they didn't like it. Suddenly, Rin's father slapped his hand on the table enthusiastically. "That was unbelievable!" His heart had not been so moved in 10 years, and he admitted it without hesitation. "What is this girl's name?" he asked with genuine interest. He noted not only her acting, but also her charming singing. The name Flying Swallow fits such an angel perfectly. Not only he, but also other guests recognized this amazing performance. They imagined what a beautiful woman she would grow up to be. But these words caused displeasure in the servant's master. He immediately began to make excuses that he meant something completely different. Rin's father concluded, "She's an incredibly talented girl, especially for her age." He also told his companions at the table that he was certain. She practiced at night under the supervision of a strict teacher. Her talent was amazing. However, his brother did not like high words. "Thu, what a lofty delusion," he grumbled, dismissively waving it off. Rin's father sternly addressed Il Chung. Mind what you're saying? He was too drunk, and Rin's father asked one of the guards to take him out of the room. But as soon as the guard touched his shoulder, Il Chung snapped out and protested. At this very time, somewhere in the wilderness of the mountains, everything was happening differently. The group moved forward, but now quietly and cautiously, rather than noisily as before on horseback. The young master began to understand why they were in such a hurry. It became clear that they are not returning home. In his hands he held a letter with an order from the colonel. The order referred to the destruction of the settlement before dawn. Only after every building has been destroyed, every man and even animal killed, will he be able to return to the brigade. Il Chung resisted, and it was almost impossible to force him away. He held on tenaciously. He was not going to obey. Meanwhile, Yeonbi was worried that she didn't bring knives to the stage. If something goes wrong, you will have to throw a hairpin. Il Jung was angry with his brother, accusing him of thinking he was a drunkard. He even regretted that once his hand was cut off, not his tongue. His brother rested both hands on the table and seriously asked if there were any problems. The atmosphere intensified. Il Jung, softening his tone, began to brush it off, saying that it was just a joke, and everything suits him. After that, he turned to his second son, trying to remember his name. He reminded that his name was Nam Gun Jin. Yeonbi watched this scene like a drama movie, tense and focused. The dispute between the brothers only gained momentum. Every word fueled the conflict even more. Il began to reproach the head of the branch, claiming that he did not notice anything around him. He stated that older people always get more just because they were born earlier. Bitterness and envy filled him. Finally, he ordered the bodyguard to watch over his elder brother because he was the heir to the clan. Ilya's jealousy boiled over. His brother had everything, and he only had memories of his lost hand. The bodyguard swore to protect him at the cost of his own life. He lifted the bottle, his gaze empty and tired. He wished everyone luck, calling himself a pitiful drunkard and second son, and decided to go to sleep, as his older brother had ordered. Meanwhile, two swords crashed into the ground, as if symbolizing the imminent conflict. The colonel ordered to monitor the young master and personally complete the task of destroying the village. Then he turned to those who had come with him, asking about their next course of action. They promised to protect him and ensure that not a single living soul could escape from the village. The young master pondered and asked what would happen if he refused to carry out the order. It was explained to him that he would not be able to leave the territory of the village until the task was completed. The warriors were ordered to hold on to their swords and act without hesitation. Their task was to force the young master to carry out the order at any cost. He understood. If he refused to obey, they had orders to eliminate him. Realizing this, he drew his sword and specified who the headman of the village was and how many residents were to be killed. He was told that the headman was a scientist named Nam Chokmu, and there were only 37 people living in the village. The young master swung his sword several times, testing it for lightness and balance. However, there was one problem that he decided to announce in advance to avoid complications during the execution of the order. The soldiers were ready to listen to him and do everything possible for the successful completion of the mission. The problem was that the young master had never killed people before. In order for his hand not to tremble at the decisive moment, he needed practice. But as soon as he said that, cold sweat broke out on the others' faces. The young master offered to train on one of the warriors standing in front of him. Meanwhile, a heavy, tense atmosphere hung in the house after Ilya's departure. The guests decided to talk to Yeonbi. What they had heard about her was amazing, but when they saw her in person, they were convinced that this was a really unusual girl. It was rumored that her talent in dancing surpassed even her masterful playing of Chin. The head of the branch was surprised to learn that she not only plays, but also dances. However, Yeonbi modestly refused to show off her dance, not wanting to show off. This only added to the chapter's curiosity. His interest was growing by the second. He suggested that if she danced and cheered everyone up, she would get a lot of support from him. One of the guests, recognizing her cunning, even raised his hands in admiration. Smiling, Yeonbi clapped her hands and agreed. She was convinced. She called the musicians who were surprised to be asked to play just now. Yeonbi asked to perform Golden Wings in a Snowy Night. The music had to be perfect for her dance. The musicians had not played this composition for a long time, but they were ready to give it their all. Yeonbi lifted Chin onto her shoulders and told her that she was going to get ready but would be back soon. The beginning promised to be unusual. Dear guests waited with undisguised excitement, and so she appeared on the upper balcony, her dress floating down in luxurious waves of fabric. Little bells rang at the ends of the dress, which added a special charm. She let a long ribbon down from the second floor. The tape fell to the floor of the first floor, and the bells echoed with a gentle ringing. The foreboding of this sound heightened the anticipation of the performance, raising the tension to the limit. To the melodious music, Yeonbi whirled in the dance like the spring wind that enlivens nature. Her movements were similar to the delicate blossoming of flowers opening their petals under the sun. The bells at the ends of her dress made a silver jingle, harmoniously accompanying each gesture. The music added fluidity and grace to her movements, making them even more charming. The ribbons of her dress fluttered like light wings flapping to the beat of the melody. At the same time, far from this scene, a battle began with the participation of the young master. His sword, filled with energy, easily cut enemies' weapons in half. He did not spare the metal, and the blades flew to pieces under his blows. The speed of his movements made his enemies look at him with horror and incomprehension. The swords of the opponents crumbled into small fragments, unable to withstand his strength. They realized that they would not be able to stop him. Panic began to grip them, and then the inevitable happened. The young master took someone's life for the first time. His gaze became cold, sharp as ice, devoid of doubt. After the first, the second fell, and after him, the third. He spared no one. The energy that filled his sword and flowed from his body destroyed everything in its path. The young master unleashed all his strength, deftly controlling the movements. He twisted in the air and landed directly on the opponent's sword. In one swift movement, he threw his sword up and then brought it down with incredible speed. Drops of blood flew across the grass, leaving bloody traces on the green cover. The task was completed. Now no one will force him to go to the village and kill innocents. To get rid of this burden, it was enough to get rid of a few of the general's messengers. A few more soldiers remained. He lowered his finger, beckoning them. This gesture meant an order to drop the weapon. They obeyed, ready to pave the way for him to the village with their own bodies, begged only to finish them off quickly and fulfill the master's will. Their submissiveness and care seemed almost pleasant to him. He turned his head and looked at the bodies lying on the ground. Approaching one of them, he lifted the gauze that was attached to the headdress of the deceased with his sword. By asking the others, he learned his name. It was Juryeon. The name rang out in the air, leaving a bitter aftertaste. His face darkened. The others assured that they would take care of the body of the deceased and asked not to worry. He was the first to die at his hands. They also promised to take care of the rest of the bodies themselves. The master was silent, refraining from rudeness and unnecessary words. His steps confidently led him further, but his thoughts remained captive to the events he had just experienced. At this point, Yeonbi had fully blossomed into her dancing. Her movements were so graceful that she seemed to have grown wings. The bells attached to the bracelets on her legs continued to ring out silver notes, punctuating her every step. Even though the bracelets were like shackles, her movements remained fluid and graceful. Golden Wings in a Snowy Night was a title that perfectly suited her dance. The host could not but agree with this. He perceived the dance exactly as its name suggested. Magical, exciting, symbolic. Her crystal clear and mysterious eyes shone like gold. She herself was that bird with golden wings. The ribbons of her dress rose from the floor, creating the illusion of light flight. Having caught the perfect balance, Yeonbi stood on the tape as if floating in the air. Each step spread her wings even more, filling the dance with magic. Her beauty and skill enchanted, making the hearts of the audience beat faster. The dance was coming to an end. She sank to the ground, spreading her dress around her like the petals of a flower. With delicate movements, she ran her hand from her neck to her chest, as if hugging herself. This sight almost drove the master and his companions crazy. There were not enough words to describe this beauty. They only applauded loudly, enthralled to the core. The head of the branch, seeing this dance, felt that his life was not spent in vain. Il, who was standing under the building, heard the loud applause and felt how the premonition of the holiday was awakening in him. Fun was waiting for him too. At that time, it started to rain outside. The drops fell hard and rhythmically, as if reflecting an alarming motif. The umbrella Yeonbi was holding opened in the air. His fabric trembled under the impact of the drops. She asked not to see her off and only to take care of the instrument so that it does not get wet. It's just normal rain, she thought. At that moment, lightning ripped through the sky and thunder struck so hard that the earth shook. She agreed that the rain was unusual, but she did not want to force anyone to go with her to the mountains at night. The owner of the house remembered that she was going to go to a bar and offered to take her there, but Yeonbi refused, assuring her that she would handle it herself, and asked her not to worry. She moved on, feeling irritated. Why did it rain on this particular day when she was wearing an expensive dress? She was a little comforted that she got a good harvest today. The mood remained high. It was important only to have time to put the money in the bank before it stinked. The thought that her mentor would definitely smell the money made her slightly anxious. Soon, she was already standing in the bank. The atmosphere was calm and reliable. The bank employees reassured her. The Azure Dragon's doors are always open to Yeonbi. This time, in addition to the silver coins, she planned to exchange something else for money. They were golden flowers. Pure gold of the highest grade, the work of an amazing master craftsman. She was given this gold as a token of appreciation for her performances, with the hope that she would continue to entertain them whenever they wished. Once they said that they themselves would be in her debt. Now everything looked the other way around. She became a debtor. The catch was obvious, but for now it was all within reason, and she was willing to take their suggestions. At the bank, she explained that it was a gift. I independently calculated how much this gold would cost. Knowledge acquired from encyclopedias such as 30 banking secrets, 300 stones and metals, and tips on how to become a landlord in a year have paid off. All part-time jobs gave her valuable practical experience. The banker remembered one young man who looked like Yeonbi. He also had a great understanding of cash flows and a knack for investments. This guy had a lot of money, but he dressed modestly, hiding his eyes under his forelock. The banker thought they had a lot in common and asked if she wanted to meet him. In fact, the banker was talking about the same person, Yeonbi. After handing over the money, she went home through the mountains. The umbrella did not help. The downpour turned into a real storm. Lightning flashed repeatedly in the sky, one of which struck directly above her house. It was not visible from the outside that the bodies of the dead were already lying inside. The one who gave the golden flowers was dead. The killer was ill, whose heart was torn by hatred and resentment. Resentment suffocated him, and the iron hand that replaced the lost limb became an instrument of revenge. With this hand, he did not spare anyone, destroying everything in his path. Meanwhile, the young master also burst into the house, his sword slashing everything around with the same cold determination. The young master did not see a single person on his way who could be left alive. He followed the order methodically, immersing himself in the chaos and blood that was already sticking to his clothes and skin. He went from one house to another, leaving bloody tracks on the ground. Cold clarity reigned in his thoughts. It was impossible to deviate from the plan. Raising his head, he noticed several people standing on the roof of the house. A kunai flashed in his hand and flew toward the little girl on the roof. The weapon hit the target exactly, and she fell to the ground like a broken doll. It was difficult to decipher the emotions that raged in his eyes. The gaze stopped at a small white dog that had slipped out of the girl's clothes and was now running around her. At that moment, his feelings became clear. Pain gripped his heart, and the sword in his hands began to tremble. Lightning entwined in the sky, as if performing an ominous dance above the house. A small blue-eyed girl named Rin crawled up to the wall, trying to hide from the danger. Her uncle, ill with an iron hand, came to her with intentions far from good. The caged bird began to fly frantically, feeling fear and anxiety for its owner, Rin. At that moment, Rin's father ran up to the house. Hearing his daughter's screams, he let go of the umbrella and it fell to the ground. He rushed to her room as fast as his strength would allow, his heart pounding with fear. The next day in the forge, where the evolution of iron took place, there was a completely different atmosphere. Ryu Young was in his true boy form. He sat with a hammer on his shoulder, neither dancing nor playing the part of a girl. The white-haired comrade grumbled, demanding that he drink tea from a cup and cover his bare chest. He was afraid that refusing to do so might deprive him of something important. All these underlines of softness were to confirm his manly status, albeit with an exaggeration. 4 days later, Ryu Young was back in the guise of Yeonbi. As he approached the tea house, he ran into Rin's father. Entry was forbidden, and he did not understand why Yeonbi had come here. She explained that she wanted to practice the chin and her dancing. This may have been positive. Since it was already her music and dance had to impress everyone. The master expected her to give her all. At this time, the daughter was lying on the bed. Her face was pale and motionless. The parrot sat in the cage, almost motionless, its eyes filled with dim light. Suddenly, the girl's hand trembled slightly. Her eyelids slowly lifted, revealing blue eyes filled with fear and pain. The girl turned her head to the left and immediately looked at the bird. A cage was reflected in her big blue eye, as a symbol of captivity and the horror she had experienced. Fear and memories of what happened here before were also reflected in the parrot's eyes. Fragmentary memories of how her uncle entered the room and she begged him not to come penetrated her consciousness. The bird then took off, flying wildly around the cage and flapping its wings, but it was powerless. He could only watch and hear how the girl begged for help, calling her father. Uncle taunted her, admiring her pearly white skin and garnet-colored lips. All this happened before the eyes of the parrot. He behaved worse than a beast, trying to commit a crime against a defenseless girl. As soon as the girl woke up, these terrible memories came back to her with painful clarity. A picture of her uncle clinging to her pulsated in her mind. Trembling, she began to get out of bed. She went to the parrot's cage and opened it, freeing the bird from its fears and captivity. At that moment, her hand trembled. A shiver ran through her body, reflecting her fear. The parrot noticed this trembling movement and fixed his piercing gaze on her. Suddenly, the bird pecked at her hand, piercing the skin to blood. Out of pain and surprise, the girl released him from her hands and pushed him back into the cage again. Her hand continued to shake, showing her fear. A shiver ran through her body, showing how scared she was. She approached the cage again, thinking that the bird would be better off away from her. Carefully taking the bird in her hands, she went to the window to open it. Placing the parrot on her index finger, she prepared to release it. The bird flinched and took off, feeling the long-awaited freedom. He flew into the sky, leaving the room behind. The girl looked at him with a mixture of sadness and relief. But suddenly, she noticed under the window a beautiful girl who performed a magical dance. The sounds of bells reached her ears, melodically intertwined with the rhythm of the dance. Intrigued, she came closer to the window, and then even began to climb onto the windowsill to see better. In her eyes flashed a sweet and graceful face of a girl who was circling in a dance. Rin climbed onto the windowsill, her white dress blending into the dim moonlight. She watched the dance in fascination. A quiet, elusive smile began to appear on her sad face. In the next moment, her leg took a step forward, as if succumbing to an impulse. Her hair fluttered, and filled with mixed feelings about what had happened to her earlier, she jumped from the windowsill. Yeonbi, engrossed in the dance, suddenly heard a strange sound and turned his head back. A girl was flying in the air directly above him, her body falling towards him. His trained hands instantly caught her in the jump, preventing her from falling. He landed softly on the ground, carefully holding Rin in his arms as if she were a fragile porcelain doll. A surprised thought flashed through his mind. It seems that I have an overly loyal fan. For some reason, she closed her eyes tightly, as if she even liked this moment. Yeonbi ordered the guard to call for help. He was amazed at how Yeonbi was able to catch the girl from such a height without giving her a single scratch. Yeonbi held her leg, carefully exercising the bones to prevent injury. The guard turned around, saw this scene, and alarmedly asked not to touch it. Yeonbi, remaining calm, explained that he had once been in such a situation himself. The teacher was then tending to his wound, and now he had to act quickly, or swelling would develop and it would turn into chronic pain. He asked the guard to be quiet, as the girl had already begun to regain consciousness. For now, it was just a matter of calling someone for help. Yeonbi asked the guard for water, which he held in his hands. The guard quickly ran to find help, while Yeonbi continued to tend to the girl. Rin slowly opened her eyes, not realizing where she was. Her look was confused. She finally regained consciousness, and Yeonbi gave her a reassuring smile back. To Rin, this place seemed like heaven. It seemed to her that she was in another, better world. In fact, Yeonbi himself told her that this place was heaven. He raised the flask to her lips and carefully drank the water from her. After that, he introduced himself as Yeonbi and asked what her name was. When she remained silent, he assumed that for some reason she could not give her name. Yeonbi carefully studied her bruises, graceful movements, and pajamas made of expensive fabrics. It was clear from the guard's reaction that she was the daughter of a wealthy family. But then, why is she in such a state? He decided to think for a while and remembered that the servants had been discussing something strange today. They talked about the murder of some attendant, after which no one saw the girl since that night. Listening to this chatter, Yeonbi went about his business, putting himself in order. But suddenly he tore off several sticks from the wooden comb. He tossed them in the direction of those who were discussing him. Or her, since it was about him in a female form. The wand from the comb flew through the door and hit someone behind it. Despite this, Yeonbi understood that the words of these idlers should not be trusted. However, it was clear even to a blind man that something terrible had happened to the girl. Suddenly, the girl said her name, Rin, in a trembling voice. Yeonbi then asked her to imagine that he was the angel of death, and tell him why she jumped out of the window. He did not insist. If she did not want to, she could remain silent. Seeing her speechless face, he simply asked her to nod her head if she agreed. If she doesn't want to talk, let her shake her head no. But if she tells, Yeonbi promised to listen to her carefully. He wondered what made her jump from such a height. At that moment, her uncle's face appeared in the girl's mind. Tears rolled down her cheeks again. She timidly snuggled up to Yeonbi, looking for even a little warmth and security. Tears flowed more and more abundantly, turning into a bitter cry that could not stop. Yeonbi couldn't help but gently try to calm her down. Suddenly, a voice was heard from behind the bushes. Her father watched all this. He couldn't remember the last time he had seen his daughter cry. Once, when she was 3 years old, she was kidnapped. Then he and his wife thought it was an attempt to get to them. But over the years, the situation only worsened. Men increasingly turned into lustful beasts after seeing her beauty. Because of this, she began to think that the problem was in herself. She closed her heart and closed all her emotional wounds in it. The head of the family was not afraid even of 1,000,000 enemies who wanted to destroy him. But it scared him to the point of trembling to see how those wounds turned into poison that slowly ate away at her heart from the inside, preventing her from even crying. Now he stood and watched as his daughter Rin finally gave vent to her tears. Tears washed away the pain accumulated in the heart. The head of the family hoped that by crying, Rin would free herself from the poison that was eating away at her from the inside. The man who was next to the head did not arouse his sympathy, but now he asked him to take care of everything else. As for Yeonbi, the head asked her to come see him a little later. Yeonbi tried to help Rin somehow. He had never seen anyone just cry in front of him. Leaning into her ear, he whispered that he had meat for dinner, which was already marinating. If he is even a few minutes late, his idler, that is, highly respected grandfather, will happily eat everything himself. He hinted that he could not allow this. Suddenly, Rin said, sobbing, that she almost became a monster. Yeonbi thought that she had just revealed the reason she almost jumped out of the window. She did look exhausted, but calling herself a monster was too much. Yeonbi imagined a strange picture, a huge mouth growing out of her back and hunting chickens. The guess was silly, and he could tell that it surprised Rin. The word worn caused her doubt. Yeonbi explained that she looks like skin and bones, with a pale face and dark circles under her eyes. Recalling another detail, he said that in her room she was more like a damaged. Rin was thinking about those two words now, torn and damaged. Surprisingly, for some reason, she suddenly smiled. Seizing the moment, Yeonbi turned the conversation to another topic and asked why she thought she was turning into a monster. She replied that she sees them, sticky, dark entities that spread in the hearts of people. Because of this, she thought that she herself was becoming the same. If someone else had said that, Yeonbi definitely wouldn't have taken it seriously. But for some reason, he believed this girl. He asked her what color his heart was and waited impatiently for an answer. Even if it was silver, he wouldn't be upset. But deep down, he was hoping for gold. Rin wasn't sure, but said she couldn't see anything in his heart. Yeonbi sighed in relief. He understood that such an ability could protect her from lies and treachery. But the girl objected, saying that human hearts are like monsters. So I'm a monster too? He was surprised, realizing her words. He realized that Rin had met a lot of bad people. He wondered how she felt when she looked at innocent children or loving parents. Yeonbi advised her to get rid of sticky and vile waste, that is, bad people, and surround herself with those who bring freedom and light. At that moment, the rider on the horse raced at a tremendous speed, raising dust and alarm. He was followed by several other riders. Their horses flew forward like ghosts approaching trouble. On the first horse, an iron hand was clearly visible, gripping the reins with unwavering force. It was not difficult to guess who it was. Il was sitting on the horse. His gaze was cold and full of determination. The riders galloped up to one of the workshops, which was filled with tension and anticipation. There, Il detached his iron arm, preparing for more changes. In the Murama Alliance, this prosthesis was called the unique weapon of the Western Heavens. Others knew it as the Rage of the Western Storm. The true name given by the Western Heavens is Unforgiving Hand. It was hard to believe that the Unforgiving Hand found a new owner so quickly. It seemed both strange and incredible. It could not be used if the right hand was intact. It also did not fit if the arm was too short or long. When Ilya's mask was removed, it became obvious that his body and the length of his limb were perfect for this prosthesis. However, Il denied the master, claiming that he still had part of his arm left. It was too long, and he showed it with his fingers. Because of this, it had to be shortened. It looked a bit strange and unnatural. He explained that fortunately for him, people usually avoid things they find unpleasant. No one noticed the change, even when his arm became a full fist shorter. One of the men asked to take a closer look at the place where the prosthesis was attached. However, Musk told the craftsman to act immediately, without wasting time. The master moved closer and began to unroll the bandages on his arm to examine the joint. But as soon as he saw it, his body shook with terror. The realization of how painful it was washed over him. However, Il agreed. The pain was unbearable, but the result was worth it. His thoughts drifted back to the events that had brought him to this moment. Then a storm was raging outside and he entered a dark room. He was met in the room by a man who did not expect to see Ilya at such a late hour. As soon as Il came in, he sharply expressed his displeasure. This was a branch of the Murama Alliance, and the situation was unacceptable. If the head of the branch is so easily frightened, things were not going well. The head of the branch did not want to listen to his claims. He emphasized that he was already going to rest after drinking, and asked why Il had appeared here again. But Il warned that he had important information about the western heavens that needed to be discussed. The man froze, realizing the seriousness of the words. His thoughts swarmed around the threats: northern heaven, western heaven, blood god of heavenly calamity, eastern heaven, southern heaven. He was thinking of one of the 4 heavens of destruction, under the control of the blood god of heavenly calamity. Il confirmed his suspicions, talking about the assistant of the blood god, who once shook all Murim. And it was he who solved the one-armed, but not quite riddle. This interested the head of the branch. How did Il learn this information? Il replied that his brother, the respected chief, had his sources. Realizing what Il was up to, the man reached for his sword. Il, realizing that he was exposed, raised his iron hand. It was surprising to see that the right arm was still there. She was with him from the beginning, just hiding under his sleeve. And at that moment, with his real hand, Il rushed at the man. Il pierced the man's body through, and blood spattered in different directions, staining the floor. The victim's sword fell to the wooden floor with a thud, leaving a mark of impact. It was not clear to the man why he had received such a death. But Ilya always did not like the older sons, who complicated everything just by their birth. With this blow, he took the life of the head of the branch, believing that he simply helped him leave this world. The unforgiving hand was an effective weapon, but Il still remembered how his real hand felt. The only thing he regretted was not being able to offer her a sacrifice that night on August 14th. It's been a year since he received this prosthesis, revealing the secrets of the fury of the Western Storm. However, even now, he could not destroy his elder brother's heart. Then a fierce fight broke out between them. The older brother stood up for his daughter, protecting her from the attack. He stood before Il, this dirty beast, ready to fight to the last for his family. Il lost this duel. He was forced to retreat and exited through the window, delaying his revenge for another time. Later, he told the master that if his sweet niece had not become a human shield, everything could have ended very differently. At that moment, Il heard some good news. After processing the amputated part and fitting the prosthesis, his new hand will be able to show even more power than the unforgiving hand. He was also brought a mask made of human skin. The master promised to adjust it so that it sat perfectly on the face. Now all that remained was to choose the one he liked. Il wanted to completely change his appearance after wearing this mask. A mask made of human skin really radically changed his appearance, giving his face a new, unremarkable appearance. Meanwhile, Rin wanted to cleanse herself of the dirt that was eating away at her from the inside, and asked Yeonbi how to do it. Yongbai explained that there are several ways. If the pain is minor, you can hit. If a lot has accumulated, it is better to hire someone to clean. And if you have a sharp tongue, attack with words. Rin wanted to understand what her strength was and how she could deal with her fears. She thought deeply, trying to find something special in herself. However, nothing came to mind. Not hearing an answer from her, Yeonbi advised her to take her time and think things through. Then he said that he had to go to work and asked her to return to her father, who had been waiting for her for a long time. But just as Yeonbi was about to leave, Rin gently tugged on his sleeve. He patiently explained to her that during communication, you need to clearly express your wishes so that the other party can understand what they want. In fact, the girl just wanted him to go with her. Her eyes radiated pleading and hope. Without hesitation, Yeon repeats Rin's advice to leave immediately. His voice is firm, like a scream. Determination shines in his eyes. Even the guard, with a faint smile, offered to make a wish in front of the House of Divine Fragrances. Finally, John decided to answer, and the silence gave way to the long-awaited reaction. The girl unexpectedly extends her hand, offering to conclude a contract. Her gaze is full of naive confidence. The situation seems confusing to Jonah, like a tangle of snake tracks, and it is impossible to understand everything at once. She grips his clothes with a pleading look. Her question hangs in the air. Will they be able to do it together? Her words carefully lead to the main point. Will she see him again? Hope trembles in her voice. The face is sad, the gaze is lowered. She quietly questions, is it possible or not? The thin thread of hope is almost cut off. The guard calmly explains, this is not a contract, but a promise. His voice is full of patience. John demands silence, addressing the girl. He asks directly, what can she give him in exchange for the contract? Her lips lock. The silence is deep like a well, full of incomprehension. She does not understand anything, but looking at John brings a strange lightness, like the breath of spring. And again the question, is it possible to conclude a contract if there is something that she must give? The moment is funny and funny at the same time, but the tension does not subside. But Ion calmly offers his plan, as if pointing the way in the chaos of incomprehension. If she ties a red ribbon to the window, John promises to come within 2 days. But certain circumstances may not allow him to slip away when he wants to. In return, she must perform 3 favors for him. The balance of the arrangement hung in the air, creating a thin trail of intrigue. The issue of services is postponed. The guard listens to their dialogue, which resembles a child's promise, but does not fully understand their intentions. Rin wonders again if they made a pact. Her voice trembles with anticipation. John smiles and calmly confirms. The contract is concluded. A seal of invisible consent seals their moment. Afterwards, the guard talks to her father, examining the situation through the lens of doubt and duty. He is concerned about security. The guards note that the girl Yanri is talented in martial arts, like a blade that shines in the sun. Her father understands this only by watching her dance. She is unsurpassed. Even experienced masters cannot keep up with her. He doesn't know if he should breathe a sigh of relief or brace himself for disappointment. The chapter notes that if John were a boy, the choice would be cruel. To adopt or eliminate is a cold dilemma of duty and benefit. If he were humble, he would be accepted. But even the slightest threat would mean immediate destruction. The guard offers to send someone to find out more about Yan. A thread of doubt weaves into an intricate trap. Only conjecture explains why a young girl works in a bar. Her mentor is probably a student at Ime's school. The head decides not to dramatize. Have attentive guards watch over them during meetings without creating unnecessary waves. He bows his head to the guard, trying to apologize to him and his family. The weight of the guilt constricts the throat. The picture of the death of the older brother is still in front of my eyes. Cruel, like a bloody imprint on my memory. The identity of this dishonorable murderer cannot be publicly announced. If it becomes known that Murima's alliance leader's brother has become the Western Sky, chaos will destroy everything. He's stuck here as a guard because the future head of the clan can't move on. Even a funeral for a dead brother cannot be held. However, it is enough for them to know the identity of the criminal, so that the flame of revenge does not go out. And until Il returns, he will stand guard, ready to give his life for the chapter. When he found his older brother's body, he vowed to mix Elijah's blood with the wine of vengeance. He promised his brother that he would not return home until he fulfilled his vow. Meanwhile, the Namgong clan is shrouded in silence and sorrow. A white sheet, like snow, is spread for farewell. Uncle's funeral takes place under the burden of invisible pain. In the yard, as if petrified, sits his nephew, bound by grief. Pain eats away at the heart, and tears flow like quiet streams of sorrow. The boy's name is San. The older brother comes over to comfort him, knowing how much he loved the deceased. A sister runs up to them. She tries to help her father, but the tears in her eyes speak of her own loss. The older brother gently reassures them both. His words are like a warm blanket on a cold day, even though the heart hurts. Father is not around, so saying goodbye to Uncle rests on their shoulders. Their voices merge into one prayer of sorrow. The brother himself barely holds back tears, watching the children burst into tears. His pain is no less acute, but he stands firm. Meanwhile, Ion walks leisurely through the yard. He is relaxed, as if this world was created only for his pleasure. His gaze falls on the window of the House of Fragrances. A red ribbon flutters there like a beacon of hope. Soon he comes to her. The time spent together flows calmly, filled with warm joy. Some time has passed. He passes by the house again and sees already 3 red ribbons on her window, a symbol of expectation and promise. In her room, John shows her a homemade toy carved out of wood. In his hands, an ordinary tree comes to life in childhood memories. Days pass. He heads for the House of Fragrances again, his heart beating faster in anticipation of the meeting. He raises his head and smiles. His eyes are full of surprise and admiration. The entire window is decorated with red ribbons tied in elegant bows. Each tape is like a silent promise that binds their destinies. Night enveloped the city. Darkness fell with a heavy blanket. Street shadows became deep and boundless. The girl is lying on the bed, hiding under the blanket, as if protecting herself from the world around her. Suddenly, her breathing quickens, and a tear rolls down her cheek like a crystal thread. She stands up sharply, clutching her chest from the pain that suddenly pierces her heart. Her eyes are wide open, filled with surprise and confusion. There is an empty cage in front of her, which lacks a live bird. Inside the cage lies a wooden bird, expertly carved by John, as a symbol of hope and freedom. She stares at her for a few seconds, the memories gently enveloping her mind like a fog. John joked that it was a catfish with wings, a creature that flies and swims at the same time. This paradoxical fantasy made him smile. Remembering his story, she involuntarily laughed, and at that moment the pain receded, yielding to the warmth of memories. Putting her feet down on the cold floor, she tries to come back to reality. Slowly walks to the cage where her wooden songbird lives, as if looking for an answer. She turns on the light, which dispels the darkness, and opens all corners of the room. At the bottom of the cage glistens water, prepared for a creature that can swim and fly at the same time. Red ribbons still flutter on her window as symbols of endless promises and hope. Her father stood outside the window, staring intently at the red ribbons. His face is a mask of restrained anxiety. The security guard advises to change the way of communication with Ion, or even arrange regular visits without all these signs. But the head just sighs and says that he likes everything as it is. A kind of code between them was important. Meanwhile, Yon prepares for work by donning an outfit that transforms him into a magical girl. The mirror reflects a familiar, sophisticated beauty. It's time to work again, but the master suddenly appears behind him. A shadow of doubt froze on his face. The master notices a strange joy in John. Something is clearly suspicious here. Ion angrily yells at the teacher for breaking into the girl's room without warning. The master does not tolerate this game and asks to stop pretending. But John reminds him of his own words about becoming a girl not only in appearance, but also in thinking. These words make the master think. The student seems to have learned the lesson too well. Jonah's behavior makes the master clench his fists. Anger and laughter intertwine in a strange cocktail of emotions. The master wants to understand, why is this lazy person who is always whining suddenly happily going to work at the House of Divine Fragrances? Hadn't he hoped that his student would always cry while obeying the orders of a cruel mentor? Hyun just brushes it off, saying he's enjoying the easy days. The words are accompanied by plaintive whining, which annoys the teacher even more. The master can barely contain himself, wanting only one thing: for this farce to stop. Annoyed, he eventually walks away. The young girl again drags the heavy chin on her back, providing a rear for her eternally drunk and useless old grunt. John grumbles these words as he steps forward, full of irritation and sarcasm. Hearing this, the master, like a ghost, hurls a stone from 300 meters directly at John's head. He really was like a ghost, invisible, elusive, and too apt. Meanwhile, several masked people are standing on top of Hengshan Mountain. They peer intently down the slope. The boss orders subordinates to search the area. They instantly scatter like shadows in search of clues. He himself is heading to the place where the fire recently raged. Others are already rummaging there, trying to find at least some traces. They find traces of burned, bone-burning powder. This legendary powder is capable of turning 5 or 6 people into ashes. It is almost impossible to get even through the underground groups of the forces of darkness. If it is mixed with flour or starch and set on fire, it spreads over a long distance, although it loses its original power. The powder is rare. There is little information about it. The chief does not blame anyone, because he himself found out about him recently thanks to non-standard methods. Examining the scene of the tragedy, they are amazed. Are there factions among the forces of darkness that are ready to spend so much resources to destroy one scientist? They speculate about possible culprits. The first suspects are the Heavenly Demon Pavilion and the Heavenly Darkness Alliance, but both groups lack motivation. Before they can discuss a third possibility, one of the scouts approaches, urging the captain and his deputy to check on the find. They discover human bones. Attempts to cover up the massacre are futile. All evidence points to one martial artist. The marks indicate the use of a conventional sword and a metal knife as thin as paper. Meanwhile, a ship is calmly sailing along the river. On the deck stands a mysterious figure, the same person who recently killed everyone in his path. This is the young master who fulfilled the order given to him in advance. After some time, the head of the Alliance couldn't get out of his head one question. How could one person burn the storage of the cunning Namchokmu? The security guard patiently explained that the massacre had indeed been carried out by one man, but that the arson had been carried out by a team of 10 men. The report said that the village where Chokmu was hiding was quite large. The chief got angry. He couldn't believe he hadn't been notified. He could not see the detail, and demanded that they not annoy him and get away. From outside the window came voices that they were the Shadows of Light, a shadowless unit that casts no shadow. They asked the head of the Alliance, Murema, to control himself, despite the discontent. The head then shot a meaningful look at Nam Gunjin's bodyguard, implying that the shadowless squad was quite generously funded. John took the hint instantly. After that, the head agreed to enter the case. However, the thought of needing to show his face did not excite him. It was easier for him to read the report himself than to listen to endless explanations. The security guard, smiling, pointed to his forehead, implying that the entire report was in his head. and added jokingly that Jin should be left without a salary. Jin immediately summed it up. A squad of Celestials stormed into the village where Young Hawk was hiding. One of them killed them all while the rest swept up, burning everything to the ground. Obviously, only the Heavenly Demon Pavilion, the Heavenly Darkness Alliance, or the Heavenly Calamity could do this. These facts suggested that these could be the forces of justice. But after finding several counter-arguments, the head doubted. He asked why the crimes were always blamed on Heavenly Calamity. He recalled the incident with the Heavenly Demon Pavilion 6 months ago when it all happened because of the grandson of the head of the Darkness Heavenly Alliance. Perhaps they are involved. This is exactly what the man wanted to convey to the head of the Alliance. He recalled the incident when the eldest grandson of the demonic warrior Cal had staged a bloody massacre. But could Chokmu become an enemy of the families of the dead or even the Heavenly Demon Pavilion itself? To all the chapter's questions about the evidence, the man answered succinctly, "I am sure of my words." He confirmed the reason for his confidence with a gesture to his head. "My information is here." The chief, indignant at such an answer, grabbed him by the collar. In the end, he offered to think about 2 cases. The Heavenly Demon Pavilion and the Heavenly Darkness Alliance could split, and someone was just waiting for that to inflame the enmity between the forces of evil. These words made the head think. He recognized the truth. The grandson of the head of the Darkness Heavenly Alliance had caused the massacre in the Heavenly Demon Pavilion, and the boy who protected him was now dead. Previously, the official Grand Prince of the Heavenly Demon Pavilion was Cal. Now his place was taken by a completely different heir. He is someone who has been recognized as a Grand Prince, even though he is not the firstborn of the head of the pavilion. His name is B. He was once the second prince among the disciples of the Heavenly Demon Pavilion, but now he has become the Grand Prince. Compared to Hyobon and Hairon, Bai remained in the shadows. Almost nothing is known about him. He was in seclusion for 6 months, and no one saw his face. One thing is clear. There will be big changes in the Heavenly Demon Pavilion. The head of the Shadowless Squad ordered his network to find out all the details. Elsewhere, someone was scrutinizing a crack in the fence, wondering who could have left the trail. The boy throws away the stone pulled from the crack and walks on carelessly, unaware of its significance. Meanwhile, John rushes forward with incredible speed, as if the wind itself drives him forward. He bursts into Rin's room through the window, performing an elaborate phoenix dance. His movements are light, like the wings of a mythical bird. Once inside the room, John looks up and looks at her. His gaze shines, and his eyes, like precious gems, shine in the semi-darkness. Rin stands, clutching a red ribbon that trembles with her fingers. He comes closer and apologizes for his unexpected arrival after the dance rehearsal. But that's not the point. Her embarrassment is caused by his eyes that sparkle like jewels. Remembering the master's words, John explains that this is a kind of side effect of his training. His eyes are uncomfortable now, but if he works hard, one day they will be normal. The girl is embarrassed, thinking that Jonah is uncomfortable because of her reaction to his look. But for John, these thoughts are pure nonsense. He just smiles, considering her worry unnecessary. All the girl's words were permeated with traces of heartache. Her voice trembled like a string stretched to the limit. Ion understood her thoughts without further explanation. So he assured that he would never be against her or her fears. Then she dared to confess. For her, Ion was extremely handsome. Her cheeks flared like rose petals. John gently asked her to raise her head. He wanted to look into her eyes, because during this time, she became even more beautiful. Her wounds healed, but her shyness did not go away. She melted under his warm gaze, and John's hands seemed surprisingly warm and reliable to her. To him, however, she still looked vulnerable. Her faded gaze, tousled hair, and pale face betraying her weakness. Yun wonders if her constant presence in the room annoys her. He himself would not have endured 4 days in 4 walls when there is so much beauty outside. But she didn't like to go out, because the world outside the window is full of people who scare her. It becomes clear that she is afraid of the outside world and unwanted meetings. Jan smiles and suggests an easy way out. Go to a place where there are no people. After all, you can find such a place by taking a carriage for only 15 minutes. He suggests starting from the mountain near the same village where he himself lives. Just the word mountains evokes wonder and admiration in the girl, like the flash of a star in the night sky. John explains that he worked well yesterday and now has free time to relax. He remembers hauling heavy buckets of water to the forge and working until he was sweating, but his face lights up with satisfaction. Rin offers to have fun in the mountains, drawing a vivid picture of tomorrow in her imagination. For Rin, a trip to the mountains with Yoon sounds like a magical fairy tale coming to life before her eyes. But one but does not give her peace. What will happen if the father does not allow it? As she talks about it, Yan suddenly realizes that the man hiding his age and identity is her father. He looks almost 100 years old. Something is clearly wrong here. However, Yoon is certain that this man could not lay a hand on Rin, but he understands that the father will worry even if the girl stays at home. Therefore, John advises her to decide what will be more useful, to go to the mountains or to stay within the four walls. Rin ponders his words about how there are almost no people in the mountains, but she is worried about one more thing. Will his family and parents not be there? John reassures her, saying that only a lazy and stupid mentor is waiting for him at home. He also admits that his parents died a long time ago. Words full of pain cut the silence like a blade. An image of little John crying alone appears in her eyes. Sadness and compassion fill her heart. She imagines the taunting mentor lying lazily while the girl Yoon, a boy in disguise, crawls around the yard wiping away tears. He always looks like a girl to Rin, even when it's a boy standing in front of her. Her eyes light up with determination. She agrees to go with him to the mountains, and a ray of hope dispels her doubts. Yoon says nothing, but should remind her to save her strength for tomorrow's journey. At this time, a young couple is resting in the house. Their thoughts are intertwined between peace and anxiety about the future. The guy doesn't want to go to bed until she falls asleep. She will have to leave soon, and he wants to remember every feature of her face before parting ways. But the girl does not understand his mood and the reasons for this farewell. She takes his clothes and gently pulls him to her, looking for an explanation in his gaze. She asks directly, is he complaining or trying to seduce her? The guy slyly replies that he does both. A sly smile plays in his voice. Her father is Nam Chokmu, and she wonders why he called her now. Her boyfriend is a graduate of the Heavenly Warrior Academy, proud and devoted to his duty. It is important for her to know if he regrets staying in the Heavenly Demon Pavilion to marry her. He brings his hand to her cheek and caresses her gently, his touch warm and caring. He calls their wedding the happiest moment of his life and hugs her warmly, as if protecting her from the whole world. But even this gentle gesture seems to her to be an attempt at seduction, which causes slight embarrassment and doubts. She was worried about the fact that she would have to get up early tomorrow, and sleep already seemed out of reach. What happened next? History is silent, hiding the details of the night in its shadows. The next morning she said goodbye to him. She jokingly threatened, if he gets sick or cheats, he will be the one to blame. But when he called her the one, she could feel his gaze guiding her gently. The girl easily sat on the horse, maintaining the appearance of calmness. Waving her hand, she promised to be back soon, her voice full of hope. The guy decided to train in the main hall until his wife returned. He asked the maids not to worry about cleaning and to close the entrance. The maids silently obeyed, bowing low to the master. Left alone, he goes to the table and takes a pen in his hand. He bends over a sheet of paper, his thoughts tangled like a ball of thread. Ideas don't flow, words get stuck in my head like a sunken ship in the sand. He does not know what to write, although he wants to express everything that has accumulated in his heart. Meanwhile, Yan stands in front of Rin, scrutinizing her preparation. She tried to prepare as best as she could, but one question was bothering her. She couldn't decide whether to take a coat and an umbrella. Yan holds everything she needs in her hands, anticipating her hesitation. Despite the fact that they are going to the mountains, he knows, for such a fragile girl, it will not be an easy climb. He prepared comfortable clothes for her to make her feel comfortable. It will be dirty in the mountains. The road is unpaved and treacherous. They've been walking for a while, and Yan turns around, asking if she's okay. He is worried, because the girl is already breathing hard. Her cheeks are burning with fatigue like blooming poppies. They are moving quickly through the mountainous terrain. Out of the corner of his eye, Yeonbi sees Rin suffocating from exhaustion, and anxiety grows in his heart. The girl's cheeks are burning, and her breathing is heavy and choppy. She is almost at the limit of her strength. Yeonbi encourages her, giving her hope that she can definitely do it. Words are like sparks that ignite motivation. Rin, with tears in her eyes, stubbornly moves forward, leaning on her staff. Every step is like a fight against an invisible enemy. Ahead is a resting place. Snacks, cool water, a soft pillow and bedding await her like a promise of paradise. Fatigue binds her legs, but she understands that she must reach the end. Victory is very close. Yeonbi tirelessly supports her and showers her with compliments like flower petals. Her motivation rises like the wind in the sails. Finally, after climbing the last climb, Rin falls into John's arms, who holds her tightly, preventing her from falling. At this time, someone is keeping a close eye on them from behind the trees. The stranger wonders, why was he going so far? An hour passed. A scout pigeon is waiting for a signal. It's time to report their location. The stranger takes a small whistle and gives a signal. The sound is too high for human hearing. He doubts whether he has given the signal correctly and blows a few more times. But Yeonbi hears everything perfectly. The shrill sound cuts through his ears painfully, making him wince. They chose the mountains because of Rin's fear of humans. Her father wanted to send a squad of guards after her, but that would only scare her. Even disguised as a boy, Rin radiates a beauty that cannot be hidden. Her fear of humans makes John wary, but the guards still follow to ensure her safety. Yeonbi doesn't mind having this young bodyguard accompany them. He nonchalantly points a finger at him as if choosing the lesser evil. The young man is of little use. At best, it will delay a minor threat, but it won't protect them for 15 minutes. However, if help is needed, he will be able to signal in time. The man feels a little creepy at the thought of having to rely on the skills of Yeonbi and this fragile girl. Soon the man shakes his shoulder, prompting the pigeon to take off and show the way. The pigeon instantly rises into the air, orienting itself to the sound of the whistle, and a group of men rushes after. Meanwhile, Yeonbi and Rin are sitting on the mat enjoying fruit candy. Yeonbi gently massages her shoulders to relieve her tiredness. When he's done, he smiles and says it's time to massage her feet before moving on. The boy watching them does not understand how they can communicate so calmly when danger is close. The group is about to catch up with them. He notices Yeonbi and Rin getting up. They are clearly going to move on. Rin's legs are still a little sore, but it's much easier than before. Now the road is easier than the previous climb, and she will gradually get used to this pace. She walks this way when she is sick, usually chooses other paths to shorten the journey or collect food. Rin wonders how Yeonbi lives in such a wilderness. The answer is simple. Her mentor lives here. Every day she goes to the spring to get water for both of them, and she goes dozens of kilometers to get groceries. But if you ignore the snakes, centipedes, poisonous insects, and wild animals, life here is not so bad. The longer you live in such a place, the easier it is to get used to it. Here there are not only picturesque landscapes, but also silence, enveloping in peace. Suddenly, Rin asks if she can touch Yeonbi. Her eyes shine with curiosity and hope. Without waiting for an answer, her hand already reaches out to Yeonbi, as if trying to make sure of her friend's reality. Her fingers touch a warm face. Warmth means she is alive. Did Rin think Yeonbi was a ghost? Rin imagined her as an angel, flying like a bird between heaven and earth. Where is it seen that a ghost makes money all day long? Yeonbi laughs. Rin herself is more like a ghost hiding in her room with zero physical training. The point of the exercises is that it gets easier each time. The body adapts and the strength grows. But now Rin is not used to walking yet. She is trembling, leaning on a stick, as if she might fall at any moment. You need to exercise, Yeonbi jokes, offering to climb mountains together every week. Rin tenses up at the suggestion, but realizes it's just a joke. Her face relaxes a little. A mischievous light lights up in Yeonbi's eyes. She feels like teasing Rin some more. Was it precisely this feeling that made the mentor mock her? Mischief and care sometimes border each other. If they continue to joke like this, it can become a habit that cements their friendship. But Yeonbi realizes that he can't tease this fragile girl too much, and puts those thoughts aside. Smiling, Yeonbi brags that he can walk this way with his eyes closed, and immediately demonstrates it in practice, stepping confidently forward. Rin accidentally steps on a rock and falls to the ground. The vulnerable silence is broken by the soft splash of her fall. Indignantly, Yeonbi begins to weld stones, as if they appeared specifically to give Rin a foothold. This makes Rin laugh. Is she laughing because Yeonbi teased her earlier? A moment of ease dispels fatigue. A sudden noise makes them raise their heads to the sky. Something hovers above them in the heights. They see a majestic white falcon soaring over the mountaintops like the king of heaven. This is the lord of the mountaintop. They go to his estate where their adventure will end. Rin stares at the bird mesmerized. This whole mountain is the territory of this free white falcon. The falcon is the true master of the wind, which cuts the sky with its mighty wings. Rin realizes how different they are. She is afraid to leave the house, and the falcon fearlessly conquers the heights. She is sad when the bird flies away, but his throne is ahead. Perhaps they will meet again. They have very little left. Yeonbi plans to show Rin something amazing at the top. They go deeper into the forest. The silence here is so thick that you can feel it by touch. Yeonbi cautiously listens to the surrounding emptiness. Rin looks around quickly, her black hair flashing between the trees. She is looking for something invisible, but tangible. It's strange. The forest is too quiet. Not a single rustle, not a single bird cry. The silence seems like the wrong sign. A feeling of anxiety grips her. She concentrates, trying to understand what exactly is wrong. The wind rustles the leaves, water runs somewhere. A weak guard sighs behind him, but it is not enough. As if something invisible is slipping out of the world. Yongbei suddenly understands. The forest is silent. No rustling of animals, no bird song. The silence becomes threatening. Restlessness is growing. Due to a bad feeling, Yanbi suggests going back. He can't risk Rin's safety. But Rin looks at him pleadingly. She dreams of seeing a white falcon's nest. Her eyes shine like a puppy begging for favors. In the end, they decide to continue their journey. However, the guard will be able to call for help in case of danger. They approach the old, mighty tree where the nest is located. Little falcons move in the nest. Their quiet chirping fills the heart with joy and warmth. Inspired by the moment, Yeonbi offers to show Rin the rainbow waterfalls that are just around the corner behind the rocks. Suddenly, a frightened falcon appears in the sky. His scream pierces the air like an alarm. Yeonbi instantly covers Rin with his body and whispers to her to stay quiet. A white snake crawls among the stones. His scales glisten in the light and he looks creepy. They want to go unnoticed so as not to provoke the snake. But suddenly a fight begins between the falcon and the snake. The snake tries to destroy the falcon, not wanting new dangerous predators to appear in the forest. An adult parent falcon flies to help. His wings cut through the air and his scream is full of rage. He attacks the snake, but the forces are unequal. Yeonbi decides to make a move. They can't stand by when the fate of these birds is decided. A deadly fight breaks out between a falcon and a huge white snake. The falcon rushes forward and pecks out the snake's eyes. Animals fight mercilessly. The snake's scales are torn by the blows of the beak, and the falcon's feathers fly in the air. This is a battle on the edge of survival where there is no room for mercy. Only instincts and desperation. A falcon protects its nest, its babies. His wings unfold like a banner of courage. At this moment, the main character feels how death is breathing next to her again. Her cold breath touches his skin. Death is here, very close, ready to claim another innocent soul. The ground beneath your feet seems solid and fragile at the same time, a place where everyone will one day find peace. Everyone, without exception, will die someday, no matter who they are, no matter what path they follow. Death is equally inexorable to every person. All will return to Earth, becoming part of its eternal rest. Rin remembers her past, her eyes filled with pain and despair, but she doesn't want it to happen again. Does not want to see death and powerlessness again. The falcon continues to fight, but the snake crawls closer to the nest. Danger becomes a threatening shadow. Yeonbi won't let anyone die in front of her. She will not allow death to win again. She lets go of Rin's hand, her eyes filled with determination. She's ready to rush to help the bird without hesitating for a second. Yeonbi tells Rin not to make any noise, no matter what happens. Her voice is harder than steel. She tells Rin to wait in the hiding place, and she quickly jumps out, clutching the stone in her hand. In a moment, Yeonbi throws the stone with incredible force, as if releasing all the rage and determination from his heart. The stone hits the snake right in the eye. Hot blood spurts, splattering on the leaves. But this is not enough. The snake does not stop, and the falcon, wounded and exhausted, almost does not fight anymore. The white snake also got lucky. His body is covered with wounds, but his anger only grows. Yeonbi dreams of his throwing knives. Now they would be just right. The snake is as fast as lightning. Even after losing an eye, he crawls straight to the girl. The monster is not going to back down. It swings in for the death blow. Due to the sound of the guard's whistle, the snake now knows where Rin is hiding. The snake crawls to the hiding place where Rin and the frightened guard sit, unaware of the full threat. Yeonbi chases after the snake, trying to distract it from her friend. Desperate screams and the eerie crunch of bones make her heart stop. Was she late? But luckily, Rin is alive. Her eyes are full of terror, and her hands are shaking, clutching the fabric of her clothes. If Rin is safe, it can only mean one thing. The fight is not over yet, and Yeonbi is ready to face the danger head-on. The guard lies motionless. Half of his body had already been swallowed by a snake. An eerie horror freezes in the air. Yeonbi carries Rin into the tall grass where help is supposed to come. Sending her running alone is even more dangerous. She decides to distract the snake as long as she can. Her eyes are full of determination and fury. If Yeonbi dodges, the snake will charge at Rin. She concentrates and uses the ruling thunderhand technique. But the technique does not work. The snake strikes her sharply with its tail and the blow knocks her off her feet. She flies several meters away, almost crashing into a tree. Hitting the ground knocks the air out of it. Grabbing a throwing knife, Yeonbi throws it at the snake with all his might, aiming for a vulnerable spot. She specifically jumped back to reduce the shockwave. But the pain inside is unbearable, as if her insides are about to explode. Rin watches the battle in horror. Her eyes are full of tears and helplessness. The snake is preparing for a new attack. If Yeonbi blocked the strike again, her body would not be able to withstand it. But she cannot let this creature win. Yeonbi grits her teeth. She won't let the snake kill her. Tears off the bracelets. She knows it's a risky move, but it's either master or gone. Her hands glow with awakened power. Ion jumped back to soften the blow. The internal organs burned with pain as if they were about to explode from the tension. The white snake coiled for another leap. If he tries to block, the bones will break like dry twigs. He could not afford to die. After everything he had been through with the mentor, retreat was impossible. Suddenly, the master's advice came to mind. What did he say to do in such deadly situations? The mentor always liked to show off, as he himself had done in his youth during such trials. Then he gave John several throwing knives and ordered him to learn how to control four at once. Jan had already been able to change the direction of the knives twice, but he considered this to be the peak of his skill. He was shocked when the master called him untalented, despite his obvious talent and beauty of movements. The mentor explained that these knives were not ordinary metal blades, but tools of slashing thunder. John sat down, holding his breath, waiting for the master to show him next. The master took out a knife of a different color and ordered to look carefully. He demonstrated technique, moving like lightning. Knives obeyed him, as if they were extensions of his hands. That's right, and the blades flew in different directions, turning into lightning flashes of death. The knives flew with such precision that they cut the grass to the very root. And that's not all. The master showed a technique that surpassed anything seen so far. The master turned to John and asked if he had seen everything. The answer was only a mouth open in surprise. Ion stood stunned. He had just witnessed true skill that bordered on magic. What the mentor demonstrated was the true slashing thunder knife, the perfect weapon of lightning death. The master carved a hieroglyph on the grass, cutting it with filigree precision to the very root. With this technique, the mentor wanted to prove to Jonah that he still can't do anything. To raise his head and listen is his task. The master explained, you should not engage in a fight with an opponent who is even slightly superior to you. If you meet someone stronger, run as fast as possible without hesitation. Because the weak can only run, waving their helpless hands. But John was convinced. It is worth getting rid of the restrictions, and he will break the rock even with a single knife. The mentor just waved it off, recognizing it as complete nonsense. He pointed to the bracelets and said, they don't limit strength, they protect his growing body from tearing. It is forbidden to remove them under any conditions. This was the last warning. But John decided to take a risk. The master's words disappeared under the onslaught of adrenaline. He removed the shackles. It was a hit or miss moment. Danger loomed over them, and it was impossible to delay any longer. The snake rushed towards him, licking blood from its mouth. One eye was already gone, but two deadly fangs still gleamed ready to strike. Ion activated a hidden technique, Soulweaving. His movements became invisible to the naked eye. Eyes sharp as a dawn ray see every movement of the enemy. There may not be a second chance. His body should be able to hold on for a little while, and slashing thunder's knives are already ready for the fatal blow. In order to exert himself to the maximum, he imagined that in front of him was not a snake, but his mentor. Time to show your true power. Anger flashed in his eyes. He unleashed a shining double lightning strike filled with hatred. His attack was so brutal that the snake had no chance of survival. The blade of the metal knife pierced the enemy's body, ending the battle. Pain in his legs and arms shot up from within, but he gritted his teeth, desperately holding on to his feet. Gathering his last strength, Ion charged for a new devastating blow. Now he acted without jokes. The battle was just beginning. Echo of Mad Lightning was his next-level technique that rang out with a deadly threat. This technique did not leave the snake the slightest chance of survival, but John himself was on the verge of death. Only his reflexes saved him from a fatal blow. He pulled at the strings that bound him to the knives, controlling them like puppets. This decisive maneuver was enough to finally neutralize the enemy. John's face looked exhausted, like after the first ruthless training with the mentor. It seemed that another second, and the body would be blown to pieces. The bones would crack under the pressure of unbearable pain. A little girl, Rin, ran up to him with tears in her eyes, asking if he was okay. She trembled with fear that she might lose him, and her heart sank with anxiety. Rin apologized, thinking it was her fault that they didn't go back like he suggested. John's hand shook uncontrollably like a leaf in the wind. He looked at her and thought that he should be the one apologizing, to her and their bodyguard. But Rin felt only guilt for her helplessness. If she had been stronger, John wouldn't have been hurt, and no one would have died protecting her. Jon suddenly ponders a strange thought that clings to his mind. Can a peregrine falcon have chicks? But the gaze slides down and he notices Rin's hands are smeared with blood. The girl, not feeling pain, quickly hides her hands behind her back. She silently takes John by the hand and leads him to check on the chicks. Looking at the dead white snake, Yan wants to get out of here even more. Even dead, she is repulsive. But damn it, the snake suddenly starts moving! Her body suddenly flies up. She is alive. The forces of life still pulsate in her. To save Rin, Yan pushes her aside without thinking of himself. At this moment, Rin looks at John in horror. She sees a huge snake head coming straight at him. Sharp fangs cut through his shoulder. Blood spurts from the wound. His body was already exhausted, but now the pain was simply unbearable. But suddenly, a throwing knife hits the snake right in the eye. She begins to howl in pain, letting out piercing screams that rip through the air. Ion falls to the ground weakly, his body no longer obeying. Rin's heart is beating so fast it feels like it's about to jump out of her chest. She breathes raggedly, helpless in the face of imminent disaster. Blood slowly drips from the corners of John's lips, staining the ground crimson. His eyes slowly close as his lips whisper her name. Rin. Reality melts before his eyes. The world becomes more blurred and darker. Rin rushes to him, hugging him with trembling arms, trying to do something. The feeling of hopelessness suffocates her. She hugs him and cries, losing hope. Tears flood her face, but suddenly a strange rustling is heard behind her. She turns her head sharply to see what is happening. It is the same giant snake again, immortal and fierce. Eyeless, but she still feels warm and approaches with her mouth agape. Rin can't let the monster eat John. She pushes him aside with all her might. Ion falls to the ground, slipping out of the path of the fatal blow. But Rin is already looking in a completely different direction, preparing to face the imminent threat. An elderly man with long gray hair, hands behind his back, appears in front of Rin. As easily as a ballerina, he stretches out his leg and hits the snake on the head. The snake flies away as if it was hit by a million fists at the same time. The old man with an unmoved face calmly follows the snake as if nothing had happened. He lands a control arm strike, putting the final point in this battle. The snake flips several times in the air and flies away, losing control of its fall. Rin drops her hands, trying to hold back her sobs, but tears still roll down her cheeks. "You jerk!" grumbled the old man, clearly not addressing the snake. His words fall like hail. "How can you be such a fool? What, you don't know your place? Do you want me to break your legs for science?" He thundered, and Rin listened, not understanding why the old man was shouting at John. He demanded that John stop playing dead and stand up to give him change. Called him a jerk again. But suddenly Rin jumps up and rushes forward. She covers John with her body and begs the old man to go away. Her desperate concern for John confuses the mentor. But suddenly realization flashes in his eyes. He rushes to John and begins to tear off his clothes, suspecting something. The old man sharply tears off his clothes at the bite site. The skin there is already turning blue. The poison works quickly. Rin looks on in horror. A red bird flies rapidly in the air. Below, armed men hurry, as if chasing time. They rush with all their might, responding to the signal for help. Jean is running ahead, ready to do anything to save his mistress. As they run up, they see a bizarre sight. An old man with a long beard holding a dead snake on his shoulders, with Rin and an unconscious Yan lying nearby. Jin, not understanding what is happening, pulls out his weapon, ready for battle. Some time passes after this fight. Silence replaced chaos. John sits over a blank page and holds a brush in his hand. He froze in this position for a long time, like a statue. His face shows sadness and despair. Without writing a single character, he slowly stands up. Ion leaves a blank page and, without looking back, walks away into the darkness. A strong night wind rises, as if hinting at something inevitable. The wind picks up the abandoned sheet and carries it up, circling in the void. The rain is pouring down. The drops fall on a leaf, which the wind carried away into the unknown. Seeing the old man with a giant snake on his shoulder, everyone froze, thinking he was using some dark spell, and decided to attack. But at the last moment before the impact, they felt that something was wrong. The old man just waved his hand slightly. His movement was relaxed, as if he was simply swatting away a pesky fly, without any hint of attack or defense. No warrior who knows martial arts would behave like this. Jin realized his mistake and stopped the attack. Later, he told about it to the head of the alliance. The head was sure that Jin had stopped in time, but he doubted the others. He already regretted that the old man could be killed. But Jin explained that things were different. Just one movement of the old man's wrist, and they were all blown away by a powerful gust. It wasn't an evil or aggressive force, but powerful enough that everyone but Jin was injured. The head of the alliance understood. It was a unique technique that required great skill. Using the yin or yang palm, the power radiates differently, and the fist or the back of the hand works differently. To summon such power with one light movement, one must be a great craftsman. The old man had no visible weapon. but he didn't seem to need one. By the time Jin landed after this rush, the old man was already pouring snake blood into the child's mouth. The genie was distracted only for a moment, and the old man managed to carry away the huge snake and start drawing blood from it. The genie understood. The old man was trying to neutralize the snake's poison. It seems that the girl was injured while protecting Mistress Rin. He finally assessed the situation soberly and asked for forgiveness. They apologized profusely and promised to do their best to heal Yun and Rin. The old man just silently turned and left without saying a word. In the next moment, he disappeared, as if dissolved in thin air. Rin tried to catch up with him but couldn't. She stood, shouting Jonah's name, but no answer came. Tears streamed down her face. Pain and despair filled her heart. Rin fell to her knees and began to cry loudly, powerlessness suffocating her. The head of the alliance understood. If Jin and the people went after the old man, the situation would become even worse. It turned out that the old man was John's mentor. Being rude to him was a big mistake. The head of the alliance admitted that they now owed the old man and his apprentice. He decided to show his thanks by sending a doctor or a healing elixir if the old man would accept it. He was sure that the old man's house was somewhere nearby. It takes a lot of skill to move that fast with a huge snake on your shoulders. Palm and fist techniques, incredible speed and accuracy. Everything pointed to a first-class master. The head assumed that the girl who trained with the old man could not work in the bar for money or alcohol. Most likely, she was gathering information and gaining experience. The head of the alliance analyzed the situation, and Jin agreed with his conclusions. But when Jin remembered the old man, he felt that things were not so simple. However, he did not explain his doubts to his master, and decided to keep them to himself. For the dead bodyguard, the head ordered to issue compensation to his family. Thinking of his daughter, he couldn't imagine how there could be so many tears in such a small body. She cried so hard that she finally passed out from exhaustion. The head was afraid. If she woke up, tears would flood her face again. Even in her room, she cried, looking at the bird that reminded her of the loss. The impact split the nest in half, and only one chick survived. She tried to save him and carefully put him in a cage. Inside the cage lay a wooden figurine that Yeonbi had given her. Looking at this figurine brought to mind John's face covered in blood. She blamed herself for everything. Her sobs grew louder and louder. She cried, unable to stop. At this time, John had a dream where the master shouted at him, calling him a jerk. In his dream, it annoyed him that the master scolded him even when he was barely alive. But from this, he learned an important lesson. Always make sure that the enemy is really dead. In a dream, the master's words are heard again. "You ungrateful bastard, you still have a lot of work to do. If you don't find a job, I'll catch you even in another world and make you cry." John sees himself with a bag, as if going on a journey to another world. But the master's voice does not subside. "I will make you work for 100,000 years. Sleep longer? I will add another 30,000 for every 5 minutes, and the work will be twice as hard." At that moment, a ray of life pierces his head, bringing him out of sleep. Lying on the bed, he slowly opens his eyes and hears the master's familiar voice. "Wake up, you bastard!" The mentor finally waited for Yan to regain consciousness. The giant snake fell face down into the ground, raising a cloud of dust. It was at this moment that the master arrived home, carrying John on his shoulders. "Wake up, you ungrateful ram," he grumbled, hoping to rouse him from his slumber. He couldn't let his student die so easily. Dragging him to the house, the master quickly applied healing herbs to the wound. While treating John, he remembered how he always behaved funny. He would probably be screaming now, "Save me! How could you hurt such a handsome man like that? Are you sure you want to kill your only student?" But this time there was only oppressive silence. "You ungrateful bastard, you will not die without my permission. You still have a lot of work to do." The master's words were sharp, but there was sadness in his eyes. He was deeply saddened by what had happened to his student. Ion lay unconscious, and the master entered the room again and again, hoping that he had woken up. "Who will take care of me then? Wake up already and go make money." Finally, the medicine cooled down and was ready to use. The master carefully lifted the boy's head and began to pour the medicine into his mouth. The only thing he heard in response was John's faint breathing. The master tried his best to help John regain his senses. He even tugged at his cheeks, muttering orders to wake up. "If you die, I will find you, even in the afterlife," he snarled. After these words, the little leper finally opened his eyes. The first thing he saw was his mentor towering over him. It seemed to Jonah that even in hell he would serve this despot. The mentor immediately gave him a goldfinch on the forehead for clarity. "I won't let you die without my permission," he grumbled. John couldn't feel his body, but the mentor demanded that he get up. When the boy refused, the master showed him his fist and insisted once more. Miraculously, John felt his body again, although he couldn't believe it. The joy quickly disappeared. The pain was tearing him to pieces. "Get up," said the mentor. "I have something for you." It was a medicine that looked more like poison, but it was necessary to drink them until they cooled down completely. They say that all medicine must be bitter. After smelling them, John realized that this potion would either save him instantly or kill him. He swallowed a few times, and strangely enough, there was a scent of flowers in that awful smell. The bitterness was such that he began to shake with disgust. What these medicines contained was a mystery. But John noticed a strange snake scale in the potion. The teacher was preparing to explain something important. He said that John should be glad that the snake was around. After all, there is no antidote for the bite of the white snake. The poison can be slowed down in only one way. Immediately after the bite, drink the snake's blood, and then for 3 days and 3 nights, drink medicine from its heart and scales. After that, you need to meditate for another half a month to completely purify the body. For taking off the restraining bracelets and risking tearing his body apart, John was lashed out by the master. The words were enough to mentally crush anyone. But John, despite the pain and reproaches, wanted to say something. He asked what troubled him the most. What happened to the girl who was with him? The master either did not know the answer, or pretended not to know. He only assumed that the guards had taken her with them. John's next question was, is she hurt? This concern for the girl made the master think that Ion had entered the age when one wanted to appear cool, although he remained a weakling. John suddenly began to cough, and the master added, "When he last saw the girl, she was whole and shouting, 'Mistress?' But for the mistress, she sobbed too much." The old man brought the remains of the snake home. He planned to divide them and sell them. The snake was large and rare, so you could get a lot of money for it. He was unhappy that he had to spend his precious heart on medicine, although it also cost a lot of money. But it wasn't about money. John said that inside this snake was a person. Hearing this, the old man realized that John had known these people even before the battle. John couldn't figure out which everyone the master was talking about. After all, when he was conscious, only Rin was there. Meanwhile, silence reigned in Rin's house. The bird was already sitting in the cage and drinking water, calmly regaining consciousness. On the bed next to him lay a carved bird figurine, a gift from Yoonbi. Thoughts tormented Rin. She wanted only one thing, for all this horror to finally end. She remembered John's advice. Clean up your surroundings and keep only good people around. But she didn't know how to do it. It seemed to her that there was nothing like it in her life. However, she remembered how Yeonbi never gave up. He fought even when it was scary and trained when he was lazy. She compared herself to Yeonbi and realized that she too had been struggling all this time. At that moment, she firmly decided not to sit and cry anymore. It's time to act. Suddenly, a beam of light broke through the window of her room. Soon she was standing in front of her father in his office, and he was trying to understand her words. Stunned, he asked her to repeat what he said once more. "I want to learn to fight. Please send me to where I will be the strongest." These words struck him so hard that he almost fell through the ground. Jean stood under the office, hearing her father scream in shock at his daughter's decision. The genie was ready to destroy anyone who offended his beloved mistress. But Rin had something completely different in mind. As soon as she began to speak, she made her father freeze in anticipation of her words. "I can't even protect myself," she finished, barely holding back tears. She felt guilty for only watching others die or become crippled for her sake, unable to even help. "I'm tired of being weak, a crybaby," she said to her father, looking straight into his eyes. Seeing the blood on his daughter's hands, the father in despair began to tear his clothes. He bandaged her hand, not knowing how to continue this difficult conversation. Explaining that she must not leave him, he offered to teach her all the martial arts he knew. Her father begged her to stay, promised to teach her everything himself, so that she would not go anywhere. But the girl answered something that impressed him even more. "No, father," these words hit him like lightning. After a while, he wandered down the street, brooding and broken. Jin followed, noticing that the master had been silent for a very long time. Suddenly, the father stopped and spoke to Jean. "Do you know what the word no means? She said it to me for the first time, and she didn't call me dad, but father." Jean understood. This was a problem. When a child calls dad father, it means that he needs something more than just care. Jean, trying to be supportive, said it was time to accept her adulthood. "She remains a child in your eyes, but the time has come to let her go," he added. The genie begged his master to bless her on an adult, albeit dangerous path. The father remembered his daughter's words. Support will only make her cry. She needs a place where she can learn to stand up for herself and be strong. Admitting this is difficult for any parent. How could he let her follow the path of fire and blades? But Jin remarked, The fire is the sky, and the forest of blades is the world. Therefore, he must teach her to fly like a phoenix, so that she can overcome the fire and blades of this cruel world. In raising children, parents themselves change. She grew up, and he stopped being dad, becoming father for her. Jean's explanation was both sad and pleasant for the host. He was aware that he was getting old. Then he asked Jean what his children called him, father, dad, or father. Jin replied that since last year the children have been calling him father and have declared that they are old enough to have their own swords, but he was not going to give them the weapons so easily. He promised that he would only release the swords when he could not lift them both at the same time. Suddenly, another guard came with a report about Yeonbi. According to the message delivered by the pigeon, they found her house after searching the outskirts of the city. An hour ago, their people were hiding in the bushes and watching the place. Tracks on the ground indicated that something huge had been dragged here. It was definitely a snake. They sent a pigeon to tell everyone but the first responders to turn back. But their meeting was interrupted by an unexpected sound. The shovel flew and fell right in front of them. It was the same old man they had seen before. The old man threw them a shovel and ordered them to dig a hole. In a few minutes, they were already working for him like slaves. In the letter they managed to send, it was written that it seems that Young B's mentor is taking care of her. As for the rest of the squad, they promised to return with Vanilla's body after they buried everyone inside the snake. The host realized that Jonah's mentor is a worthy person who treats even the dead with respect. Meanwhile, the mentor was talking to John. He said that he found some boys who were wandering aimlessly nearby, and he decided everything for him so that he would not worry anymore. He also grumbled at John for his grimaces. But John's face was distorted not by temper, but by pain and shock from the mentor's act. "Is everything clear? The bodies are there. I am old and infirm, I have done all I could. The youth should take care of the rest, and quietly return the shovels to their place. If you break it, pay 3 times. I left. Before leaving, he added to Jonah, "Lie down and don't move. I have business. I have to visit the village." He planned to ask for a leave of absence because he could no longer work. He even joked that he might have to resign from the House of Divine Aromas. He also warned John that soon he would start growing a beard, and then he promised to make his life difficult with training, so that his body would become stronger and twice as strong. A whole day passed, the evening came, and the mentor had not yet returned. Jonah's head was full of thoughts. He was worried about his mentor, but at the same time he was glad to be able to rest and not see his reproaches. But suddenly he heard footsteps. Someone was approaching, and judging by the sounds, not alone. From outside the window came a cough and a voice. "Sorry for the late visit. I heard the news and came immediately. Are Yeonbi and her mentor here?" John recognized the voice immediately. It was Rin, her father and head of security. Panic seized him. He could not meet them like this. In their eyes, he was still a girl. And now his true face, the face of a boy, would be an unacceptable exposure. Rin was standing right outside the entrance to John's house. He was afraid to even move on the bed because any sudden movement caused him pain. The girl called his name through the door, and he shouted from the inside for her to stay put. It was strange for both of them. It hurt John to move, but he tried desperately to keep them from opening the door. He excused himself that he was not properly dressed because he could not appear before them in the form of a boy. The Alliance leader couldn't understand why Rin was here alone. He believed that with her injuries, it is better not to stay alone in the mountains. John's voice came through the door, telling them to guard the house until his mentor returned. "It's a pity," said a voice from the yard. "Maybe not the time. We can come in later." But John asked them to wait, trying to think of an excuse so they wouldn't come back here again. The Alliance leader wanted to help with the treatment, but without the mentor's permission, they didn't know what to do. They were afraid that if they left the jewelry near the house, it would attract bandits. Jan didn't want such things to get to his mentor. Therefore, he refused help, explaining that the mentor would not allow the doctor to examine him. However, he could not rudely refuse their thanks either. So he offered to leave the gifts at the House of Divine Fragrance. He will tell the mentor about it and pick them up later. The head of the Alliance noticed a tremor in John's voice and understood that the gifts had been prepared for a reason. He said that in a month Jonah would feel better, and then they would visit the House of Divine Aromas. Rin stood in silence, covering her mouth with her hand. She couldn't believe she would have to wait a whole month. The head of the Alliance explained to John that they had to leave. John panicked. He is not a girl, and what to do? Ask her to come in with her eyes closed? That would be amazing. He was afraid that she would misunderstand something when she saw his true face. Thoughts swirled in John's head in search of at least some way out. Through the door, he said that he could not let her in due to certain circumstances, but asked her to come closer to the door. Rin immediately rushed to the door. In a moment, she was already standing close and said, "I'm already here." John could only see her silhouette through the thin door. "Wait a second," he whispered. He crawled closer to the door, trying to hide the pain. They began to whisper through the thin door, as if through a wall between two worlds. "Rin, I'm sorry for making you stand outside, even after all the way you've come," Yon said. But Rin felt that she should be the one to apologize. For John, everything that happened was the result of his own decisions. The deal with Rin, the fight on the mountain, the fight with the white snake. He himself chose this path. Joy and sorrow. All this was on his shoulders. Then Rin said something she had never said before. Tears flashed in her eyes. "I had fun too. I met you and I was really happy." Her words touched the heart of the father standing next to him. Rin continued, even more touchingly. "You are the most important person in the world to me, besides my parents. Thank you." It was the first time John had heard anything like that, and he reciprocated. "You are also the most important person in the world for me," whispered Ion. Rin's father was surprised that the girls could talk like that to each other without being ashamed of their feelings. The head of the alliance noticed men's clothes hanging nearby. The clothes were clearly not suitable for the old master. They were too big for him. John, hearing their conversation about men's clothes, began to get nervous outside the door. They assumed that a boy lived in the house. John realized that it was the mentor who had hung his clothes to dry, and, unfortunately today. From behind the door, John asked loudly, "Does it seem like those behind have any questions?" The head of the alliance, realizing that they were overheard, decided not to hide and asked directly, "Is there a guy living in this house?" John answered through the door, "Yes, my mentor has a student, a boy." Rin was confused. After all, Yeonbi told her earlier that only her lazy and clueless mentor lives at home. Meanwhile, on a distant ship, two men passed each other in the corridor. One of them cast a careful glance at the other. The one who passed by was Ilem, the one-armed assassin who had once taken the life of this boy's father. At this moment, the man stops and grimaces as if he's sick. In fact, he was just annoyed that he stepped in the dirt when he landed. Meanwhile, the boy got on the ship and set off. He glanced at the man who was leaning over. Did he get sick of it? Another approaches the man and warns, "Don't lean on the edge of the boat. It's dangerous." He also added an important warning. If you look into the water for a long time, you can lose touch with reality. Night water is deceptive and can put you in a deep trance. The guy asked if it wasn't dangerous for the man himself. He calmly replied that everything will be fine. He took out the stone that was lying near his heart. When something bothered him, he rubbed it, reminding himself that someone was waiting for him and that he must return under any circumstances. The boy also reached into his inner pocket. He too had a stone. It was a stone found in a fence. At first he wanted to throw it away, but he couldn't, so he decided to keep it. The man explained that he's been carrying this stone with him for 40 years. Even if he wanted to get rid of it, he would not be able to. Finally, he asked the boy not to delay. "I'm already hungry from this chatter." And he sighed. "I would like to eat a big plate of something delicious when we arrive in Ian." The boy was left alone, raised his head to the sky and exhaled, feeling quiet peace. A lot of questions were raging in Yan's head. He consoled himself with the thought that he was a brilliant and incredibly handsome student. If his trail was indeed found, it was best not to deny anything. There was only one way out, to say that the mentor lives with a student boy. Rin remembered the previous conversation and tried to piece everything together. John added, "I can't tell anything without a mentor, but I am his girl student. And my student boyfriend and I are so bad that we can't even look at each other." He explained that the student girl goes to the House of Divine Aromas, and the boy student has so much work that he is hardly at home. Rin thought that this was why Yeonbi said she only lived with the mentor, but the idea that they should come back from time to time and live alone with the men in a small house confused her. Yeonbi must have been bitter. There was a moment of silence. John didn't understand why they were silent. "Didn't you believe it?" He asked uncertainly if there were any more questions. An apology for being inquisitive came from behind the door. Rin added that she had no idea how difficult it was. But suddenly, Rin turned to him with another question. "If I ask you to come with me, will you be able to? Or not?" John had to refuse, calling it his circumstances. The girl expected such an answer and only sighed quietly. Jin noticed that Rin was getting bolder. He wondered if it was her friend who had that effect on her. Rin crouched down, eyes downcast and embarrassed, before saying her next words. Rin said she looked forward to their next meeting. She promised that although she didn't know when it would happen, the next time she would be as strong, maybe even stronger than him, and be able to protect him. The day will come when she will return to him. John thanked her for the kind words and warned her that he would leave sometime when he was better. He also said that he would leave the House of Divine Fragrance. John warned that after this farewell it would be difficult for them to find him again. If it is inevitable, nothing can be done. But he whispered that he might have to look for them himself. Worried, Rin asked if he would find them for sure. John answered, "Yes, because I will be at a loss if we do not see each other again. Did you not forget that according to the agreement you owe me 3 favors?" Of course, Rin didn't forget. At that moment, she remembered all his words spoken earlier. However, there was a problem. He no longer knew where she lived. Her martial arts school was secret. They couldn't let her mentor know their true identities. With their closeness, if Yeonbi finds out the truth, it will cause problems for both Rin and her father. John understood that they had their own circumstances, and he had his own. So he asked Rin for a few favors right now. John put his hands on the door. Even through the wooden door, Rin could feel the warmth of his hands, and it made everything easier. "Rin, I will become very strong in the future. You will be surprised how much I will change when we meet again. My goal is to become the strongest man in the world," said John. She did not doubt these words for a moment. Ion asked again, "You said that you would become as strong as me, or even stronger to protect me. Please keep your promise and become the strongest of all. This will be the first favor for me. That's the only way I can find you. When I leave my mentor, there will be no one to match me. That is why I will quickly find you. No matter who we become when we grow up." Rin made a promise to become stronger and asked him to promise that he would find her. "No matter what happens, I'll find you, Rin," John replied. A sacred promise was made between them, which bound their destinies. "How is Mrs. Rin?" sounded an alarming voice. The sun was about to set, and her father was still standing outside her window. "But she still hasn't come out. 9 hours have passed since she passed out while descending the mountain." Father decided to wait until night, but suddenly her voice was heard. The mistress woke up, and the father rushed to her door. A girl with big blue eyes was sitting inside, but this time her eyes were different, not like before. Now her gaze saw more than just human emotions. Her eyes resembled those of a dragon, capable of looking straight into the soul. The forces of light were on her side that night. At this time, another girl was sitting on a horse. She balanced skillfully, ready to even stand on him like an acrobat. Having warned the others that she was going first, she easily jumped over the fence. After landing, she announced her return, but her husband was no longer there. Seeing the blank piece of paper on the ground, she froze as she felt a cold wind pierce her soul. She slowly lifted the sheet from the ground. The things lying around suggested that he had not been here for a long time. She understood. The rain came after he left that paper. She asked the servants when it rained. They answered that he went only once, the day after she left, from morning to evening. It became clear he left on the very day she returned. But why? Chaos reigned in her head. Not a single detail added up. Out of powerlessness and anger, she hit the floor with her fist. The servants were worried about her, but she coldly said she had to go. "Tomorrow is his birthday. He'll be back," she whispered. Now it's her turn to wait for him. She went outside. She went down the stairs into the yard under the cold rain. At this time, her husband arrived at Yiyang. He approached the first person he met to find out which hotel served the best noodles. He was quickly shown the way, and he set off in that direction. Entering the hotel, he ordered a room for one night. The boy put a small stone on the table and said that he would settle with it. Several gold coins lay next to the stone. The innkeeper pointed him to his room, and he went there. But, as soon as he entered, he doubted whether it was his room, because a man was already sitting there. The stranger mumbled something strangely under his breath, but soon the boy realized who was in front of him. He did not recognize him immediately because the man had changed his face. "Long time no see, squad leader," said the boy. He immediately asked, "How did you get the idea that I am still a leader?" He was a man who always changed his appearance so that no one knew his true face. The black-haired boy explained it to him calmly. The man replied that although the mission was completed, their tasks were always the same. Easy to start, but difficult to finish. "You're 2 days late, but you've done a good job of cleaning up all the ends." "Well done." The boy understood. If he did not complete the task to the end, he would not have the right to remain in the corral. In the last 10 years, no one dared to betray this man. They raised shadows, those who would never betray. The position of the shadows is determined by the light. Because of this, they cannot follow orders from the forces of light. The squad leader once again called him number 47. He accused him of being too attached to the Hyolban clan's treasure and hinted at serious problems in Gango. The body, which is called Jun Honsik, will be found near Dongting Lake, and you, number 47, will report everything you learn. Change your face and go on the next mission. That was the plan and order of the chairman. Number 47 froze, not knowing how to react to what was said. He was aware that he had to obey, but the image of her eyes stood before his eyes. The leader of the squad loudly ordered to obey, taking out his dagger. He focused the energy on his fingers, and the atmosphere intensified to the limit. Placing number 47's hand on the table, he cold-bloodedly stabbed it with the dagger. Number 47, with pain in his voice, explained that he could not carry out this order, begging him to withdraw it. Meanwhile, another scene was taking place in the tutor's yard. The master looked in surprise at John, who had been able to stand up in 2 weeks and was now standing before him, disguised as a girl. John explained that he was acting on the master's advice. As soon as he could walk, he needed to appear at the House of Divine Aromas so that everyone could see how sick he was. He added that this asshat wants to pay his salary only after a personal meeting. The old man reluctantly let him go. John set off on his way through the forest, although every step was difficult. He was recovering as fast as he could, but the thought of whether or not Rin had already left his mind never left his mind. Finally, he found himself in front of the House of Divine Aromas. On her window fluttered numerous ribbons, fluttering in the wind like silent signs of expectation. John's legs wobbled. Each step gave pain. Descent from a small mountain took the last strength. Someone's screams were heard from behind, echoing in the silence with an alarming echo. The man grabbed John by the shoulders with both hands, obsessively trying to help, showering him with words of care. With a sharp movement, Ion pushed the stranger's hand away. His reluctance to accept any help was read in his eyes. Picking up the pace as much as his strength allowed, he started to run, making the excuse that someone was waiting for him. Witnesses of this scene exchanged worried words, wondering at his sickly appearance. No one understood who could be waiting for Jonah. Opening the door to the semi-dark room, Jan searched desperately for Rin. In front of him stood an old chest, and on it was a smaller one, like a keeper of secrets. Running up to the trunk, he noticed a note lying on top like a silent messenger. Quickly opening the envelope, John began to run his eyes over the lines, looking for answers. One of the sentences struck him, hiding an important clue. Without wasting a second, he put down the envelope and immediately opened the small chest. Inside were ornaments just like Rin's, memories frozen in metal. Taking them in his hands, he promised himself to keep these gifts forever. Meanwhile, the upset guests were already gathering in the concert hall, where the silence was slowly filled with anticipation. He was standing on the stage. The last concert was playing. Disturbing thoughts swarmed in the heads of the audience. The beautiful do not live long. Did someone beg him not to go? The last notes were played. He bowed his head in a low bow as a farewell to the unknown. Suddenly, the hall erupted with shouts. People begged him to stay. Some asked how much it would cost to cure his illness. Already on the street, the assistant was loading the last boxes onto a cart. People cheered John before he left, not wanting to let go. Walking away, he silently thanked everyone for their heartwarming support. Getting into the carriage, he exclaimed that human kindness would help him get back on his feet faster. The wheels of the carriage drew him away, and his image changed with the distance. However, the cries of people, full of anxiety, caught up with him for a long time. There was only one thought left in my head: to free myself from the shadow of the faceless squad. Through the pain that gripped his hand, he begged for only one thing: to live an ordinary life. The man wondered how he managed to break the mental seal and abandon the mission, but approvingly clapped him on the shoulder. He never tired of repeating how well number 47 worked and never failed. He was given a new name, Jongsun Sik. For the sake of the goal, he studied at the Heavenly Warrior Academy, married a girl from the Heavenly Demon Pavilion, gathering information about evil. The man gave him a sharp look. Would number 47 be able to just let it all go in his place? He thought that living in the shadows brought Jonah pleasure. Number 47 gritted his teeth and replied that he really liked it. But despite everything, he dreamed of spending the rest of his life next to his beloved. The man raised his hand to his chin and said sarcastically that he had heard about the power of love. But his intuition suggested Rin is in love with an illusion and not with the real John. Your entire bio is a complete lie to Rin, the man said with sly irony. But John firmly replied that it didn't matter. He will be Jung Hong Sik forever. The man hesitated whether to admire John's determination or worry about him. But he consoled himself with the fact that the daughter of the Hellbon clan would accept John under any circumstances. While the words offered hope, the man added sharply that Jonah had serious flaws as a man. John looked at him startled, and the old man continued, "He is not capable of having children." Ion asked confused what that meant. The answer was inexorable. After he drank the bloody wine, everything changed. Scratching his head, the man explained that it was difficult for spies and assassins to raise children, so this was a necessary precaution. Suddenly, John collapsed, losing consciousness, as if his body could not withstand the blow of the truth. Sitting in the carriage, he was tormented by thoughts. There must be a way out of this impasse. Hitting his knee with a bloody bandage, he decided to become the head of the Faceless Squad. After all, he was able to break the mental seal. While driving through the desert, he planned a tough workout to harden his mind and body. John decided to postpone the tragedy where his wife would find Hansik's body. The training was supposed to take place far from here. The training was to take place on a frozen mountain, a place where the secrets of Tibetan monks, assassins, and masters of Fusan ninjutsu were intertwined. But there was one problem. The problem of time. 10 years of doubt sharpened him. Did the feelings remain intact, or did the cold reality eat them? But despite everything, he decided to take a risk, convincing himself that he could master the power of shadows. Bowing, he handed her a weapon, a symbol of trust and unity. Rin stood exhausted, covered in blood, her sword still breathing from the recent battle. Tired but happy, they raced on their horses, leaving behind them a storm of memories. John, equally exhausted, held his saddle, his gaze full of determination. With one sharp movement of his hand, he summoned the dark magic again. And at the same moment, his image changed, disappearing in a fog of illusions and secrets. A tiger came out of the thicket, its eyes glittering and its muscles springing before leaping. Jan was surprised to notice the predator's thick, shiny fur, and noted that it was dangerous to wander the mountains alone. The tiger was approaching, his gait soft but menacing. He joked that this tiger was Snow's new suitor. In a moment, the tiger jumped like lightning on Jan. Jan deftly dodged, and the predator fell to the ground with a thud. With a wave of his hand, Jan prepared to defend, his eyes blazing with determination. Stretching out his hand to the tiger, he calmly said goodbye to him. The shockwave threw the tiger back like a dry leaf in a storm. A knife flew into the air, flashing in the sun like a blade of fate. A large piece of meat fell heavily to the ground. Safety above all else, Yang muttered, hiding the knife in his sleeve. A control strike is the final point for a predator. Ion approached a building that resembled an old pawn shop, full of secrets and gadgets. The man, seeing his prey, smiled in surprise. He struck him again. Looking at the 3 huge fangs of a tiger, the man asked in surprise where Jonah got such value. He replied that after a tense meeting that could have been fatal, luck had smiled on him. After a profitable deal, the man assured that the money would immediately go to Yuan's account. He only added that they should not know about him. The man promised to keep John's secret, but asked why he wasn't selling things at the jewelry store. He replied that he was ashamed to do it. Arriving at the mentor's house, John asked what he was doing. Sabo sat next to the wounded tiger with his hands on his back and assured him that he was the strongest in the world and therefore able to control his condition. Seeing the bloodied body of the tiger, Yon wondered if it was possible to separate his core. Sabo replied that it was possible. He had already treated the tiger's wounds and given some key to keep it alive. It seems that the animal lost the battle to a new opponent. Sabo said the tiger will train for revenge after he recovers. He wondered how Snow White could lose to such an exhausted predator. Looking at the tiger, John thought that Snow White had always been weak, even though he was afraid of her. Once he was just a sweet, naive boy. Sabo ordered John to disinfect the scratches and sew up the large wound while he left on business. He asked where he was going. The mentor just waved it off, saying that it was his personal matter. In the evening, the tiger began to make hoarse sounds, as if protesting against the pain. He treated the wound, and the tiger's roar grew louder, filling the air with echoes of agony and recovery. The tiger jumped in sharp pain, his roar shaking the air like a thunderclap. Ion slashed at the tiger, sending it back to the ground in one deft move. Sabo, who was lying next to him, reproachfully remarked that John's temper was becoming simply unbearable. He reminded Sabo that he had been talking about important matters, but had been idle all day. Sabo replied that he practiced chi control. Sabo didn't stop grumbling. He clenched his teeth, trying not to answer. He asked Sabo to shut up so he could sew up the tiger's wounds before he woke up. Sabo finally shut up, his grunts dying down. Ion quickly and skillfully stitched up the wounds using a secret technique. Sabo stood up, watching John work. When he was done, he inspected his work with satisfaction, perfectly precise seams. Leaning over to John, Sabo noted that his hand movements had improved noticeably. He then asked in surprise why Jan only used one knife of furious thunder, since Sabo had previously taught him how to use an entire arsenal. Sabo sighed and irritably asked how many knives Jan currently owned. He replied that so far only 6, but plans to develop further. Sabo's face darkened. He looked reproachfully at John. Only 6 knives? He braced himself for another tirade about his too slow progress. Sabo slapped John on the shoulder, congratulating him on his achievement, as if acknowledging his skill. Squeezing his shoulder, he joked that a strange creature like he would not be able to master 6 knives without a lot of goodies. He doubted. Maybe this is the result of his talent and hard work, or maybe the heavens themselves decided to reward his kindness. Sabo continued to hold his shoulder tightly, his gaze glinting slyly. Suddenly, the mentor laughed and said that he forgives all his mistakes. He was wary of such unexpected kindness. Sabo announced that it was time for an advanced course. He was stunned. All his hard training was just a basic level? Leaving Snezhka, they went to a new place of study. Sabo praised himself and told John that now he had to master the technique like lightning among flying water. With a smirk, he wondered if the mentor really believed in his success and laughed, calling him a joker. Standing up, Sabo answered seriously that he did not like jokes. Pushing John suddenly, he yelled for him to train to the max, adding sarcastically that he was his favorite student. Without waiting for a push, he suffocated from lack of air. The only thing he managed to say was a silent plea for help. With all his strength, his body fell into the icy water. Meanwhile, a serious atmosphere prevailed at the headquarters of the Murma Alliance in the Pure World Estate. Sabo said that the talents from the Academy of Heavenly Warriors are the hope for the future of justice that their alliance protects. After finishing, he asked the director about the results of the year. The director answered without delay that he had chosen 40 of the most talented children and divided them into 4 groups, like factions. This year, they will take a special course. Students will be sent to different mountains for further training and tests. Ion flew from the rock like a broken arrow. Gravity pulled him relentlessly down until his body hit the water, cutting the surface into a million splashes. He clutched at the slippery stones with horror, trying to get out of the water trap. Cries for help were lost in the noise of the waves. Exhausted but stubborn, Ion made his way to the shore with the last of his strength. Every muscle was burning, and the heart was beating like a frantic drum. But the price of freedom was high. The shackles disappeared into the dark abyss. Their weight pulled them down, making them grit their teeth in rage. The realization of what the master would do for the loss of the shackles made his soul feel cold. Fear rose from the inside like a poisonous snake. The thought of having to dive after them drilled into the brain. The water seemed like a dark window into the abyss. But what if the technique fails? Failure meant shame, and everything was at stake. Clenching his fists, he dismissed his doubts. He will prove to the master that he is already an adult and ready for challenges. Accelerating with mad desperation, he jumped into the water like a stone, searching for the bottom. 3 months later, the headquarters of the Murma Alliance, the luxurious mansion of the Pure World. Silence permeated the majestic halls. The head of the Alliance beamed with pride. The Heavenly Warrior Academy was his hope for a future of justice that he swore to protect. He had a conversation with the director of the Academy, who had already selected 40 of the most talented students. The Blue Dragons will go to Wudan Mountain, the White Tigers will go to Tai, the Black Turtles will go to Hua, and the Red Falcons will go to Ime. The plan was clear and thought out. The strength of the teams was distributed almost evenly for fair competition. The head of the Alliance slowly opened the letter and began to read, as if the fate of the whole world depended on his words. The headmaster added grimly that, although these 40 students were the best of the best, he had some doubts about their fighting spirit. The head instantly understood that the Red Falcons would have a hard time. The trials for them will be cruel. The headmaster even considered adding the best students to the Red Falcon team to even the odds, but their potential did not allow to change the plan. The best students were sophomores, so they decided to leave everything as it was. The head remembered Rin. If the best students were added to the Red Falcons, she would have to return to Mount Emi, but Mount Emi is a place best avoided. There remained memories that it is better not to touch. The director told who will coach each team. In particular, a special mentor was chosen for the Red Falcons. He was a patient and wise man, known for his kindness and endurance. That day, he was already standing by the cool river where his disciples offered him a rest. One of the students wanted to move on, and the other, exhausted, dropped his backpack and started shouting at his friend. A conflict flared up before the master's eyes. The boys quarreled, exchanging insults and reproaches. The master calmly explained that they could return. They could only point the way, but they decided to carry his things and accompany him deeper into the mountains. He even praised them for their kindness. Suddenly, the students took out their knives. They saw the old man leaving the bank and decided to take money and valuables. Grandpa took out a small bag and another mysterious object. There was money in the bag, but he wasn't going to give it away. He simply threw the bag on the ground, and his eyes flashed with a strange brilliance. The old man admitted his old age, but not his weakness. He looked at them with calm confidence and offered to just attack him if they were so bold. Bandits with knives threatened, offering to give money. But the old man, without hesitation, threw the iron object directly in their direction. A hit! One of the attackers flew back like a toy doll. In flight, his head met another piece of iron that flew with a whistle. The blow was merciless. The atmosphere thickened with horror. The consequences of this clash were hard to imagine. The knife slipped from the hand of the second bandit and flew into the air. The blade whizzed over the old man's head. But the attacker lost his balance and tripped over a stone. A huge boulder was waiting behind, unmoved and merciless. The blow was devastating. The bandit's head hit a stone, and blood spurted from his mouth. At the same moment, another bandit jumped unsuccessfully and flew directly onto the body of his comrade. He slammed down from above, crushing him with his weight, like a sentence of fate. A 7-minute silence enveloped the battlefield like a shroud. Meanwhile, John was deep underwater. The world above disappeared into a dark abyss. Thanks to training, he could hold his breath for 30 minutes, and the bracelets were no longer a hindrance. He had reached the first stage of mastery and could now throw knives underwater with deadly accuracy. 3 months of grueling training, and the stones remained indestructible. No cracking, no success. Jan still couldn't throw knives at full strength, as if something was holding him back. The teacher was waiting at home, whose cruel words about the useless non-killer rang in his head like bells of shame. He tried to remember every piece of advice from his mentor. Technique, breathing, correct position underwater. The gaze rested on the stone again. How to overcome them. How to make metal pass through them. He had no right to make a mistake. The fingers gripped the throwing knife even tighter, as if life depended on it. The thought that he could rot underwater for another 10 years forced him to gather all his will into a fist. He concentrated, tensing every muscle. All the strength accumulated over months of training came together in one moment. His eyes flashed with rage, like a flame ready to incinerate everything in its path. And with a silent curse, he threw a knife at his mentor. The blade sliced through the water, hurtling toward the rocks like an arrow shot from a bow. Some time passed, and John got out of the water, breathing heavily. A strange picture opened before him. The boy was lying on top of the old man like a sack of potatoes. The situation looked so absurd that John involuntarily raised his eyebrows. He scanned the scene from one side, then the other, trying to understand what had happened here. The best solution is to get closer and take a closer look. So he did. His imagination played out. Deduction started. Everything pointed to a brutal robbery that did not go according to plan. In front of him lay 2 robbers who tried to kill the old man, but met a cruel punishment themselves. The first of them had broken ribs and internal bleeding. A steel layer thrown into his head became his sentence. Hands with old calluses gave away the skill of wielding a sword, and the sword nearby was cheap, battered, a real weapon of a street robber. The second also died from a stone blow to the back of the head. But before his death, he managed to pierce the old man with a sword. Their clothes and situation screamed one thing. They were partners in crime. But where did these stones come from? Karma? Fate? And why did the old man become their victim? John felt that the old man was not simple. The calluses on his hands and the steel ball hinted at skill. An ordinary grandfather could not have dealt such a blow. But if he was so strong, how could he miss a sword strike? Maybe he offended them with something. John decided to come closer to reveal the secret to the end. John noticed the strange bend in the old man's leg. He pulled her up, and trying to dodge, smashed her head on a sharp stone. It seems that the second thug accidentally fell on top of the old man, making it another mysterious death. But why did an experienced master allow such a senseless fight? Ion went through a lot of absurd reasons. Maybe the old man urgently needed to go to the toilet, or he was tormented by the heat. But there was no point in going into details. He went too far in his thinking. The self-satisfied thought, "I am a genius," flashed through his mind. Now, the picture was clear as day. He figured out what happened. But you can't leave the bodies here. It was necessary to take care of them. Time passed imperceptibly. The sun was already rolling towards the horizon while Ion was digging the grave. Finally, the pit was ready. He pushed the bodies down and covered them with earth. Wiping away the sweat, Jan felt relieved. He did everything he could. Throwing down the shovel, he went to the things left at the scene of the fight. It's time to search for old people's belongings. He had a heavy wallet in his hands. He spilled the contents and froze. Gold and silver sparkled, lifting the mood to heaven. John hadn't seen so much money in a long time. At least 230 silver coins. He used to earn 20 silver pieces a month in a stifling forge. Here was a year's salary. The feeling was incredible. How profitable it is sometimes to be kind. Ion quickly began putting the coins back into his wallet, fearing that they would vanish like magic. Then he began to examine the other things, full of curiosity. Among them, several amazing objects were found, which awakened the excitement of the researcher in him. A creepy mask made of human skin especially caught his attention. Who is this old man, really? The answer could be on a yellowed piece of paper lying nearby. John unfolded it hopefully. Jin Silver Bracelet and Steel Sphere Master. This name sounded important. Jin was probably a gang hoist or a legendary martial artist. The letter then talked about the 3-month study, about taking care of the students and preparation. Peng Su's name, known as Great Stone Hand, made Yun think even more deeply. All this was incredibly exciting. The mystery was drawing him more and more. Even after rejecting the admiration, John saw the simple truth. He was being offered to teach children. The money was a gift from fate, and if he took it, he had to work for it. And the additional funding only sweetened the deal. 10 students. He didn't know who they were, but he already saw the plan. He would teach them as he had been taught, to break their wills until they became masters. Time was short. Throwing a backpack and a shovel over his shoulder, John moved forward. Being prepared is his style. He walked confidently, ready for a new challenge. The next morning, dawn greeted him with a gentle light. The beautiful weather was enchanting, as if nature itself blessed his path. A long line of people was walking through the mountains. Their shadows followed, silent ghosts. Ahead of them all was Nam Gung, a leader with an unwavering gaze. They had already made their way to Mount Emi a long time ago. Fatigue weighed on his shoulders. Every step was accompanied by pain in his legs. Their only dream now is to reach the top as soon as possible. Nam Gong was a model student whose success was enviable. His grades shone like precious stones. The competition between the students flared up like a fire. Everyone strove to get ahead of the other, not lagging a step behind. Rin walked among them, holding hands with her friend. The friend's name was Sansan. Red-haired Yang was walking behind them, also holding the hand of a little girl named Moon Tang. Full students had the hardest time. Every climb was like a test of the gods. The heat squeezed out the last strength. Legs stretched as if tied to stones. Some, dressed in dirty clothes, walked slowly, doubting what so incredible they were going to be taught on this mountain. The steep, exhausting slope turned every step into torture. It seemed that the mountain itself was testing their will. Suddenly, someone shouted that they were already there. Hope flared up like a light in the dark. A training camp opened before them, strict and majestic like a fortress. Seeing him, everyone quickly accelerated their pace, trying to get there as quickly as possible. The fat guy didn't like it. The climb was tiring anyway, and the poor man who was stuck behind was even more angry. He grumbled that everyone else was from rich families. That's why they pushed forward without feeling real fatigue. Suddenly, a suspicious rustling was heard from the forest. The invisible threat made them hold their breath. A long-haired, white-haired man landed in front of them from the sky. His movement was smooth and graceful, like that of a predator. The students froze like statues. Anticipation filled the air with tension. Namgung dared to ask who he was. The stranger praised them for the journey they had made and welcomed them to the Heavenly Warrior Academy. These words dispelled doubts. It became clear who was standing before them and why they were here. The training camp on Mount Emi was a place where future warriors were forged. The man led them into the hall, sat them on a chair, and said that he did not have a name. More precisely, I asked them to consider that they do not need it. It was strange and disturbing. The words clung to the subconscious, raising new questions. He pointed his finger at his face and admitted that it was a mask made of human skin. The stranger agreed to teach them, but not to reveal his identity. The students looked at him in astonishment, their eyes shining with incomprehension. He decided to impress them even more. He kept the mask and the secret of his name in order to fully concentrate on their studies. If they find out his status or origin, it will create a barrier. There are no clans or classes here, only a master and his students. He radiated nobility and greatness that did not need titles. He added that someone might recognize his equipment or weapons. But even if that happens, they must remember. Here he is their mentor. He emphasized that skills and thirst for knowledge are more important than status. Only this will determine their success. "I am your only mentor," he proclaimed. The students answered in one voice, "Yes, mentor!" Ion was hiding under the mask. He never thought that he would enjoy this title so much. It was his reward for 2 weeks of painstaking planning and making the mask. This deception was risky, but he thought everything through. He approached learning with complete understanding, calculating every step and every method. It was the beginning of a new life. Being a mentor was really cool. I teach you temporarily, but our bond is eternal. You are my students forever, he said proudly. He prepared a surprise for them and pointed to the box. There were decorations in it, a gift in honor of the beginning of their studies. Everyone was to receive 4 decorations. They looked simple, but Yon explained that they would help develop fighting skills. He made them himself. He asked not to choose because all the decorations were the same. Just take 4 each. The students thanked in unison, not even knowing what secrets this box hides. John said he would wait for them at the training ground. Time is gold, so once they don his gifts, let them come out with weapons to show off their skills. After sending the students to the box with the bracelets, he himself went outside. Like a true John, he hid around the corner and spied, watching their reactions. The bracelets were too heavy for everyone. Ion thought that these guys were kind of frail for martial arts students, but this only meant that they had a long way to go to real power. When it got dark, John sat down in front of them and asked if they liked his gifts. Some wore bracelets, while others complained about their weight. It was difficult to move, as if they were weighed down by stones. It is surprising because each bracelet weighed only 30 kialer. The students looked at him as if he were crazy. For them, it was a real mockery. One of the girls asked to lighten the training, claiming that her wrist would not be able to handle swinging a sword with that much weight. You said about the wrist! What is your name? Take off your bracelets and show off your technique. I want to understand why they are interfering, ordered John. Her name was Nam Gun Sung. She took off her bracelets, the current captain of the Redbirds team. Standing up, she raised her sword, bowed politely, and asked for guidance. Wasting no time, she demonstrated her clan's martial arts techniques. Her sword technique was a combination of incredible strength and lightning speed. It was obvious, Nam Gong's technique was based on lightning speed. Her attacks should strike like a lightning strike, quickly and inevitably. It was the pride of the Nam Gong clan, the art of the speed sword. But suddenly Ion appeared in front of the sword. He calmly stood right on the line of attack. With one movement of his hand, he knocked the sword aside. The students held their breath, worried that he might get hurt. However, a light touch changed everything. The sword instantly changed its trajectory. In a second, he was in John's hand, as if he himself obeyed his will. John twirled the sword on one finger, assessing it. He said it looked mediocre and underwhelming, even without the bracelets. Then he raised his hand and pointed to his wrist, where a heavy bracelet was visible. "What do you see?" he asked. "A heavy bracelet," one of the students replied. Jan smiled and explained that these shackles, or rather black dragon bracelets, weighed 84 kilos each. The students froze, their faces twisted in shock. It seemed impossible. Jan demonstrated how even with such heavy bracelets, one could skillfully wield a sword. He made a sharp movement and cut the tree in half with someone else's sword, combining strength and speed. He proved that it is possible, and each of them can reach this level. This sight shocked them to the core. Ion felled the tree with one movement, someone else's sword. His technique was incredible. It became clear to Jonah that their fears and prejudices had no basis. San, coming to his senses, recognized himself as a coward. But even after that, the other students were still afraid to wear the bracelets. Jan, pleased with San's honesty, expressed his affection for him. He threw the sword back, but he did not calculate the force. The blade stuck almost halfway into the ground. Smiling, he explained it was because the bracelets made him too strong. Then he turned to the next student, asked his name, and whether he had changed his mind after what he had seen. The student's name was Nun. He was from the Udru sect. Noon admitted that the bracelets would really improve his fighting skills with every move. He realized his mistake and felt how his body adapted to the new load. In the eyes of others, he looked like a traitor who changed his clothes too quickly. Jan smiled and pointed at the 2 girls and asked Noon if he was willing to protect them if they refused to wear the bracelets. One of the girls stepped forward, explaining that the bracelets were overkill. She asked John not to put pressure on Noon and go directly to them because he can't answer for them. John smiled and asked the girls what they thought about it. The girls shuddered and, swallowing nervously, remained silent. The water from the waterfall gurgled as it flowed into the river, adding to the moment of tension. Near the water, someone whispered that it was unfair. The girls were furious that they were being forced to do menial work even here. One of them tried to calm her friend down, fearing that she would spoil things. But how could you keep calm? All they did for 10 days was wash. Another added that they did not only do laundry, they wove beads, cut wood, but they didn't come here for that. They wanted to learn martial arts, not do menial work. A fat man ironing nearby overheard their plans to complain to the academy about that damned mentor. He warned them not to make any noise. They were close to the training center, and who knew when the mentor would show up. The red-haired girl agreed. although it was difficult for her to hold back her indignation. Fortunately, the mentor was not around. Then, with tears in her eyes, she asked if they remembered what happened to Nohak. It happened 5 days ago, the day that changed everything. They came back from washing for lunch, exhausted and irritated. There was anxiety in the air. Something was wrong. One of the students became nervous, feeling threatened. Gun-san, their captain, learned of the situation and tried to intervene. He tried to calm down one of the students, but he, with clenched fists, demanded to retreat from him. His anger boiled over. He was outraged that they were forced to do useless work. He shouted that they were not going to mount a May to do such a stupid thing. His words flew straight into the mentor's face, but he calmly replied that it was part of the training. The student continued to rebel, complaining that shackles were placed on them and terrible conditions were created. Everyone understood that the conditions were truly intolerable. The mentor said that money and shiny things were a distraction from training and took away their clothes and weapons. He then instructed them to prepare food, explaining that this was the basis of learning. Ji Ryong and Nuna were sent to the kitchen, while the rest were sent to laundry, chopping wood, hunting, and collecting provisions. Everyone was given a task that felt like punishment rather than training. After all the exhausting tasks, the instructor managed to introduce hand dexterity exercises, forcing them to string beads. The worst part was that during breaks, they had to carve wooden figurines. The teacher said that this is logical work, and they have breaks only for toilet, food, and sleep. One of the boys was almost tearing his hair out in desperation, trying to explain that they needed some real training. He was disappointed and outraged, because it was more like exploitation than combat training. But the mentor calmly explained that this is only part of their training, and it will be even more interesting. Suddenly, the boy declared that he would not tolerate this anymore, even if he was beaten half to death. Oh! The mentor visibly revived. This situation became much more interesting for him. He realized that he was facing a riot, but the other students just wanted the boy to apologize. "Are you rebelling because you want to learn martial arts?" asked the mentor. He thought that this sullen rebel looked more like a homeless person than a student. Power is understood only through power, but he realized that everyone was looking at him, and he needed to be more careful. Addressing this situation will affect others. The battle between good and evil was going on in his head. He decided that the punishment should have an educational value. A duel or demonstration was the best option. John remembered a story told by an old martial artist when he was still at home. Once upon a time there lived a master of martial arts with his beloved dog named Pyatnashka. One hot summer day, Pyatnashka disappeared, and the master went to look for her. He found only a red collar, and Pyatnashka herself was boiled by the vagabonds, turning it into soup. Legend has it that after the loss of Pyatnashka, a master of martial arts created this brutal technique. He used it only against those who insulted dogs or behaved worse than them. It was one of the most brutal techniques, and John didn't want to use it, but now it was more appropriate than ever. He asked the disciples to give him weapons. One of them passed the stick. John said to attack as soon as he was ready. The student swung his stick, made a few tricky movements, and rushed forward. But suddenly a hurricane swirled around him. The air swirled like an angry whirlwind. The technique was called the dog-downing fist of the dog days. This technique had 3 levels: chopak, breaking bones, jonpak, penetrating deeper, and marpak, a taking life. These were cruel, devastating blows. The consequences of this technique were terrible and inexorable. The red-haired girl understood that, in the worst case, they would face the same terrible fate as Nohak. The terrible sight of Nohak's death did not disappear from their memory. She remembered how Nohak, who used to go with them to Mount Ame, had come out of his room for the first time today. But it was another Nohak. Chubby also remembered this and agreed. Nohak was righteous and brave, though rude. Today, when Nohak came out, the mentor told him to wash up. He went to the spring in silence and followed the order without asking any questions. It scared everyone. Fear enveloped their thoughts. Chubby remembered something else. As he walked on the washing stick, he saw Nohak standing by the axe, water dripping from his hair and clothes. The girls thought with fear that he could use this axe against the demon, that is, the mentor. The red-haired girl tried to calm them down, assuming that Nohak was just going to chop wood, but it had been so many days since he had done that. Yes, Nohak was also a student of the vagabond sect, homeless. Now his identity as a disciple of this sect was destroyed. What kind of vagabond is he if he washes himself and follows orders? However, hard work made him a real man, another, as if hardened in fire, Nohak. At that time, Nohak was engaged in chopping trees. His appearance was very tired. In order to make a tree, you need to have a lot of strength, and the guy is working to the maximum. The guy just got out of bed and can barely move, so maybe he shouldn't be so hard on himself. The friend tells Nohak to rest and sit in the cart while he works on finishing the tree. Nohak behaves like a zombie. That terrible situation does not leave his mind, and every time he remembers it, his body freezes. That is why, even in spite of great fatigue, the young man grabs an axe and continues to chop down a tree. The boy wants to run to his friend to help, but due to severe pain in his muscles, he cannot move quickly. If Nohak continues at the same pace, he will simply lose consciousness. The young man does not understand anything at all. A friend tries to bring the unfortunate to consciousness, but he seems to be in another universe. Everyone worries about him, and even the mentor. He had been thinking about him a lot these past few days. The teacher told the students how to treat Nohak, what herbs to rub, and what medicines to give him. The guy wants to somehow make life easier for his friend, so he asks for permission to finish this hard work for him. Some time passed. Finally, the evening comes and you can have dinner. Friends take care of Nohak. They even cooked fish especially for him, so that he would feel at least a little lighter. The bracelets make fishing difficult, so they only manage to catch one fish, but it's still better than nothing. They prepared a portion more for Nohak, because he needs to recover after such a tragedy. But the portion was too big for the boy. Besides, he understood that others might not have enough food. But the young men immediately began to lie that they had no appetite, all so that their friend could eat enough. Suddenly, everyone present began to invent stupid excuses as to why they did not want to eat. Someone said that he was losing weight, and someone that he got drunk on the morning dew. Everyone around took care of him, which made the boy a little embarrassed. He sincerely felt how his friends were worried about him. Nohak could no longer argue with his friends and sat down at the table in silence. After a second, tears rolled from his eyes. The young man felt sincere warmth from his friends. Soon a tear fell on the fried fish. After a second, Nohak started eating and crying. Meanwhile, the mentor was walking after dinner and eating fruit. He wants the students to learn to cook sooner, rather than having to do it himself. The blond man wonders if the guy who was beaten badly by himself was working today. In the morning, he looked very bad. The man was about to take a bite of the apple, but suddenly a strange feeling appeared in his chest. After a second, he jumped high from the ground. He heard someone's footsteps. Most likely these were students. Then the question arose, why does the teacher hide from his students? The man listens to what the students are talking about. It turns out that at this very moment they are discussing their mentor. The boy is very sad at heart. Maybe it's because he gets lonely when he looks at the night sky, and yet the friend does not take his words seriously. He thinks Jin Ryong. The thought of Namgoon having an affair makes his face break into a smile. When the boy looks at Jinryan, both his look and voice change. Namgoon is really worried about whether it's mutual. If he wants to know about it, he should go and ask directly. Namgoon turns red just thinking about it. A friend encourages him and says that he just needs to gather courage and confess. Namgoon is already painful to look at. By the time the boy doubts, Jin Ryong will already be taken by another boy. You must confess to her while there is a chance. However, it is not so easy for Namgoon. He wants to end this conversation. When the students left, the teacher jumped from the tree. He laughs at the pitifulness of his student who cannot take such a simple step. The man decides to be a good mentor and solve these stupid problems for his student. Thus comes another day, early evening. Jinryan arrives at the place where her mentor called her, but she doesn't see him. Suddenly she hears the rustling of grass nearby and thinks that the mentor is there. But, as it turned out, there was no mentor there. Only Namgoon is surprised. Young people are surprised and do not understand what destinies they met in such a secluded place. It turns out that they both received a letter from the mentor, in which he made an appointment for them. At the same time, the man with a smug smile watches the newlyweds, who are uncomfortable with each other. Yeonri handed Jinryan a letter asking her to come to the empty field to the left of the forest at 7 o'clock in the evening. The mentor gave the same letter to Namgoon, now that the mentor has created all the necessary conditions for them. According to his predictions, they have 4 options of events. The first scenario is that Namgoon will mumble something under his breath and won't be able to say anything. And eventually, Jinryan gets fed up with it and she goes to cook dinner. The mentor thinks this scenario is the most likely. If this actually happens, Yeonri plans to punish Namgoon for being so pathetic and teach him until he gets stronger. The second scenario is that Namgoon will still be able to confess, but Jinryan will ask for time to think, or refuse him. In that case, Yeonri will make him so strong that Namgoon won't be sad anymore. Scenario 3 is that the lovebirds do begin to meet and become a couple. But the mentor has little faith in this. If this happens, the mentor plans to make them very strong students so that their future will be bright. This is the minimum that the mentor should give. And the last scenario is Namgoon going crazy. The man remembers that these are children who are learning martial arts, so Jinryeon will be able to fend for himself if anything. But then again, Yeonri, as a mentor, has to do his best. If he has already prepared a warm welcome for them, then he hopes that the boy will act wisely. Suddenly, they see something very unexpected. On the lawn, among the tall grass, a huge tiger appears and carefully sneaks up to the newlyweds. Yeonri looks into the face of this cat and realizes that it looks quite familiar. He can't believe that there were two of them last time. This is not at all surprising, because Snow White looked as if she was fighting two at once. Snow White's enemy has decided to take revenge on them and attack Yeonri's students. All the efforts of the mentor are destroyed in a second. He doesn't know what to do. No matter how quickly he deals with the tiger, the students will still know that he is here. Then the mentor decides not to interfere in this, because the newlyweds are studying martial arts and must fend for themselves. The man stopped in time from strangling the students with hyperopia. No matter how stupid these children are, they are already old enough and know martial arts, so the tiger will not be able to defeat them for anything. The young people continue the conversation, until suddenly they hear a loud growl, and everyone around gets better. A second later, they see a huge tiger running straight at them. The tiger jumps right at Jinryeon, but Namgoon quickly runs to her and grabs her shoulders. A second later, the young man covers her with his body from the muscular paw of this tiger. Luckily, he only got a scratch on his face. In order for them to escape or fight, they need to remove the heavy bracelets, but there is no time for that. The tiger runs at them again, baring its claws and growling loudly. Namgoon again bravely covers the girl with his body, pinning her to the ground, and himself receives a strong blow to the back. The teacher just looks confused at his students, who clearly have problems. At this moment, the newlyweds are as close as possible to each other. They both feel very embarrassed. The mentor can't understand why he's looking now, because now is not the time for such things. The man doesn't understand how they can enjoy the moment with that giant killer cat still around them. The boy tells the girl to wait, and he wants to distract the tiger himself. But Jinryeon is not going to abandon him. Jinryeon says that she would rather be a decoy, but this time the boy disagrees. The young people look very happy and seem to have completely forgotten that it is very dangerous here right now. The mentor understands perfectly well that this will not end in anything good, so he decides to intervene. He quickly runs up to the tiger and kicks him hard. The tiger growls loudly in pain. When Yeonri finished with the tiger, he kicked the newlyweds, who were sitting in each other's arms in fear. Seeing the mentor, the young people quickly separated from each other and could not understand what he was doing here. They began to make excuses and said that they did not want to sacrifice each other. Namgoon admits that he would gladly give his life for such a beautiful girl. The teacher was not at all satisfied. Jinryeon wasn't saved by Namgoon but the mentor, so why doesn't she thank him? A second later, the young people bow and thank their mentor for saving them. After that, the man turns and walks away, saying that he didn't do it for gratitude. From the next day, he threatens that they will begin very hard training. Having said that, the man takes the tiger on one shoulder and leaves and tells the students to go to dinner. But if such a situation has already happened, then they have to go back to the dormitory. Suddenly, Jinryeon notices that the boy is still bleeding. His arm and back are injured. The guy tells her not to worry about it, but the girl can't. Jinryeon is not going to back down and climbs up to the boy to look at his wound. And now, when she sees his back, on which there are deep wounds from the tiger's claws, her heart seems to be taken away. Namgoon received this wound while saving the girl, but he didn't even cry out in pain so as not to scare her. Fortunately, the girl had a wonderful medicine that would help in this situation. The bleeding must be stopped now. The girl pulls his clothes off his shoulders and exposes his back in order to apply medicine to the wound. Now, it needs to be bandaged. And after a second, she tears her own clothes to bandage his wound. Namgoon is very embarrassed, because the girl has only a few clothes left and she did it for him. In fact, they are having a hard time with clothes right now. But Jinryeon doesn't care at all because the boy saved her life, so clothes are a small thing. She asks the young man not to move because now she will bandage his wounds. At that moment, the young people were very close to each other and the boy turned red with shame. Suddenly, Namgoon gently grabbed the girl's hand. She definitely didn't expect this, so her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Thus the evening came. The girl finished treating his morning. Suddenly, Namgoon had some determination, and he extended his hand to the girl, offering to go to the dormitory together. She just stared at him in silence. But soon, she still extended her hand to him, remembering all the moments that were between them, and after a second, a warm smile appeared on her face. She accepted his offer. Then the boy helped her up. The sun slowly hid behind the horizon. Thus, the moon flashed by. The guy was underwater with a sword and was asking for help. He cannot catch the sword paths for the yin and yang technique. In fact, he can barely move his sword underwater. The young man has been underwater for 7 minutes and is already on the edge. He's cold and he can't breathe. And these shackles on his hands make every rise above the water a real torture. When he measures, he makes this coveted jacket of air. After that, the guy affects the shore and finally feels safe. He asks Namgoon if he is still alive. Fortunately, the friend moves his finger to show that he is alive. Very soon, Sansan emerges from under the water, having stayed under the water longer than anyone else. But this is all because she endured without even raising her sword. This hell is getting worse. For the first 2 weeks, they thought about how to get used to the bracelets and hard work. But a month ago, everything changed. That day, the mentor told them that they were too weak, so now the training would be even tougher. Around the same time, Namgoon came back injured, so could it be all because of him? But it cannot be only about this. Suddenly, the friends hear a strange sound and loud cries for help. It was Jinryan, who quickly jumped from one board to another. Due to the fact that the water moves in waves, absolutely everyone falls. Sansan is surprised that Jinryan fell first. Meanwhile, Namgoon is passed out again. He needs more rest. Suddenly, the mentor comes out from behind the bushes for 15 minutes and everyone has already fled somewhere. The man thinks that everyone is lazy. The students excuse themselves, saying that they all just fell by chance and are now probably trying to influence the surface. At this time, there are many students under the water who are trying to weave to the surface. Finally, they were able to do it, and on the shore I was already waiting for the mentor. All he asked was to stand on wooden planks on the water and wave a weapon underwater. What's so difficult about that? Yeonri scolds the students for not being able to complete such an easy task, even though it was very difficult for them. How do these Telepnais plan to walk on water if they can't even stand still on the boards? When the disciples heard that he wanted to teach them to walk on water, they did not believe their ears at first. One of the students does not believe that this is true. In any case, if this is the case, then only the best martial artists are capable of this. If the students have never seen such a thing in their life, now the teacher will demonstrate it to them. He asks to hand over the boards to him. The students still do not believe that the teacher will now show them this. Still, he asks them to keep a close eye on his every move. After that, he throws the boards into the water without thinking. And after that, he jumps on them himself. Yongrin jumped onto the boards and stood confidently on them, as if on ordinary ground. Don't go underwater and swim on the surface. That's exactly what we do to stand on water. This is the foundation of the foundations. Once they can do that, it's time to move on to the next level. The students look with their mouths open. Next, they will learn to move on water or walk on water. It will take them about a month to master this. The students are too shocked by what they saw to say a word. If the students want to leave here safe and sound, they must learn at least this. But if this is not enough for them, they can always move to a higher level. But the student doubts that there is any next step after walking on water. But if she didn't exist, the mentor wouldn't have talked about her. This is quite a tricky technique, so it takes 6 months of training. And right now, Yongrin is going to demonstrate this technique to the students. Yeonri starts to pick up the pace with each passing second and spin faster and faster. Soon, the water begins to rise into the air. Very soon, a strong water explosion is heard, and the mentor flies into the air. As a result, everyone present is doused with water. The teacher returns to the shore to his shocked students. Then, with a creepy smile, he suggests that one of them try it in practice. Everyone obviously refuses. 2 weeks have passed already. Chulyeon noticed that he was getting stronger after training, but he didn't understand why it was getting harder for him every day. Maybe his mind has become completely stupid with fatigue? All this because of a mad mentor. His family is an elite clan of assassins, and now their son is just carrying water in buckets. This is a real humiliation for him. Suddenly, Chulyeong felt someone's presence not far away. In the distance, the young man saw men with horses. They appear to be martial artists, but they don't look impressive. Suddenly, these strangers notice the boy. They immediately start calling Chulyeong names, calling him homeless and chasing him off the road. But the boy is not going to tolerate such a terrible attitude towards himself and grabs one of the scoundrels by the hand. With a light movement, he throws it back a few meters and it falls. At this time, Yeonri noticed that Tang 3 was gone for a long time and wondered where he was. Having dealt with one of these scoundrels, the young man goes to his winds with water. Unfortunately, he spilled it. Strangers are clearly not very positive towards the guy and ask who he is. Tang 3 is not going to answer his question because the rage is already boiling in his whines. All he wants now is to fight this bastard. Meanwhile, the mentor wonders why the student hasn't returned to the dormitory for so long. The girl thinks that Tang 3 went to Crimson Peak, and there are now many bears. Another student denies this because he is not a fool. The boys decide to finish their work and go find their friend. Meanwhile, A real fight broke out between the boy and these bastards. The young man deftly dodged the blows of his enemies and inflicted his own. The scoundrel fell to the ground from his blow. It seems that now the head of their gang wants to fight against the young boy. Tan is very tired from training and hungry because he hasn't eaten much. He doesn't even have a weapon with him. A second later, the man runs at the young man, but he is not going to retreat. Tan stops abruptly. The match almost touches his stomach. The boy notices that even though this man is their leader, he is slower than a snail. Tan can clearly see the thorium track of his sword. The boy's eyesight seems to have improved because his mentor made him weave necklaces. But the mentor's movements for the student are very fast and lightning fast. The young man easily evades such a slow attack. The boy was self-confident, but inexplicably he could not dodge, and was wounded in the shoulder. Although he read his enemy's movements, he received another blow to the leg. But the state cannot die like this. A second later, the boy grabs the stones and throws them at his enemy, but too weakly and slowly. The young man had already come to terms with the fact that this would not work, but the enemy could not evade it. He perfectly understands that this is his chance. And after a second, the state punches him hard in the face. But he does not stop there, but continues to strike. The guy is not going to tolerate humiliation at his address. Suddenly, someone hits him on the back. The body instantly embraces unbearable pain. Tan passes out, not understanding why everything is so unfair. Soon, these bastards pounce on the young man and start beating him. Since the scoundrels do not want to beat an unconscious person, they pour cold water on him. As soon as the boy stirred, the men pounced on him and began to mercilessly kill him with whatever they could. Men think that it would be better to kill the guy, but this can cause them problems. When they finished this business, they decided to go and have a drink. These monsters left the youth one to die. He was too exhausted to do anything. Meanwhile, the mentor slipped out of the dormitory to the street for a walk. We must return before the old man suspects something. The mentor thinks where his student could have disappeared to, and thinks about how he will punish him when you know. Suddenly, Namgoon runs outside and reports that Tang 3 is already in the room, but there are serious problems. At first, the blonde man doesn't take it seriously, but the boy is not joking and says that his friend may die, but the mentor thinks that he will die more. However, Namgoon is really panicking. His friend looks like he's about to die. Hearing these words, the mentor tensed. When he went inside, he saw students who were busy with something. They told that they found the boy in such a terrible condition, he was unconscious. The group concludes that he was beaten and passed out. It seems Tan was trying to defend himself. It turns out that the boy fought and lost. Just thinking about it makes the mentor clench his fist hard. Anger covers his body. A second later, the man hits the wall hard, leaving a large crack. The boys try to justify their friend and say that, judging by the tracks, there were many enemies, and Tan was alone. Yeonri quietly mumbles something under her breath. After a second, his stern order to urgently call a doctor here is heard throughout